morning.
no site plan or something like that, so you don't know about site setbacks and everything.
Good morning. This is the Palm Beach County Planning Commission meeting for April 11th. We'd like to get started. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Precious, may we please have roll call?
John Carr,
Here.
Larissa Laudas, Rafael Clemente,
Present.
Richard Dunn,
Present.
Rosie Matos,
Present.
Brian Stenberg,
Present.
Glenn Groman, Rick Stopik,
Present.
Ankar Patel, Serge DeHady.
Present.
We have quorum.
Great, thank you. May we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Do we have proof of publication?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do you have any postponements of the agenda?
No postponements today.
All right. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda then? Did you get that, Precious? All right, we have a motion and a second. All those approved? All right, passes unanimously. All right, we have consideration of the minutes from last month. Everybody had an opportunity to look at the minutes? Entertain a motion?
Motion. Second.
Great. Farissa, I'm assuming? All right, all those approved? All right, any objections? Motion passes unanimously. All right. Do we have any open publics by then? Any regular open? I didn't see any public comments not on the agenda, correct?
I do not see any not on the agenda.
All right, the only comments I have by the chair is we have a packed agenda today, so I'm going to make sure that we move right along the agenda, ask my commissioners to stay on topic as well, and that we're going to, for everyone that's going to be commenting, make sure that we stick to the timer and that we keep things moving, so we appreciate it. I also want to welcome, I think we have one new. Welcome, Richard. At the end, we'll get you an opportunity to introduce yourself to the rest of the commissioners at the end of the meeting, so welcome.
Thank you.
And it's going to be a great agenda for you today. All right, moving right along. First item on our public hearing is going to be 7th at Haverhill. And we are going to hear from the applicant, please. They can come to podium number 2 to give their presentation.
Good morning.
Or podium 1, that's fine.
Closer to my seat.
Sorry?
Good morning. Meredith Lay with Schutz & Bowen. I'm here on behalf of the applicant to present the comprehensive plan, text amendment, and future land use amendment for the 7th at Haverhill. It's a site-specific amendment for a property located at 1473 North Haverhill Road. The request before you is to revise the future land use element policies to allow developments that are 100% affordable under the county's regulations for the affordable housing program in the urban redevelopment area to receive up to 7 dwelling units an acre in transferable development rights, and for developments with co-located places of worship and residential uses to utilize 100% of the residential density and institutional intensity on the property. We originally came before you last summer with an initiation for this amendment, and it was just specifically to the first part to receive up to 7 dwelling units an acre for properties that are 100% affordable in the redevelopment and revitalization infill overlay. However, through staff's analysis that you have in the staff report, we went ahead and amended that to just be on the urban redevelopment area, so it would have a more tailored impact to just the centralized URA. The second part of the application is a future land use amendment to change the density from HR 8 or high residential 8 units an acre to 12 units an acre. The applicant is the Haverhill owner, and it's a partnership between the property owner, West Palm Beach Baptist Seventh-day Church, and a development team, Traybell Housing and Proceeded Development. They've partnered together to bring forward a sort of mixed-use development where the place of worship, the church, can remain on the property, and will introduce 101 affordable housing units. The companion zoning application is in process currently, and that request is for a 5,000 square foot house of worship. It would accommodate 150 seats and a 101 multifamily units. We're also requesting the newly adopted Type 2 waiver to reduce the parking for the multifamily use for affordable housing projects. A couple reasons for the amendment that brought us forward. They're the same as they were last year. It helps to address an affordable housing crisis in a county where the 2024 AMI was $104,000. We're talking affordable housing ranges of 60% of the AMI, so salaries within, or annual incomes within the 62,000 range, provided not more than 20% of the units in the development are restricted to those at 30% or less of the AMI. Affordable housing development requires, because the funding to build it comes from alternative sources like grants and bonds, government sources. There is a threshold that developers must meet, and it also often requires higher densities in order to achieve or qualify for financing. Hence the ask for additional density on top of the additional TDRs. And partnerships with faith-based organizations help that organization to sustain and to grow and to remain on the property that they've owned and that their congregation has grown to love. As I said, it's a site-specific amendment. It is, this is the property location. It's a 3.37 acre site on Haverhill Road on the west side. It's about a half a mile south of Okeechobee Boulevard. I like this location because it is less than a mile away from so much. There's a grocery store nearby, there's a public library, fire rescue, the turnpike is easily accessible, as is downtown. The property has a Palmtran bus stop right on its property frontage that would connect to multiple bus routes north and south of it. This is a close-up look of the site. The proposed zoning, the proposed future land use designation, HR 12, is compatible with the existing zoning, which is multifamily high-density residential. And so there is not going to be a need to rezone the property. After much discussion with the zoning staff, we had originally thought we were going to have to rezone the property to MUPD, but we found that we did not have to do that. And so we're happy to be able to have both of these uses as proposed in the RH zoning. The property is also in a couple of planning overlays, the URA, as I mentioned, and the RRIO. The significance of that is that these are areas that are targeted by the county for infill redevelopment, where all the goods and services, the public facilities, they're already in place. We're developing in the urban, where urban infrastructure already exists rather than developing out. It's also in the Stacy Street CCRT. We were able to meet with the community during the course of the application and present the project to them as well. And it's in the Haverhill Area Neighborhood Plan. This is the text as it looks. I apologize for the small size of the font. The text in line would read, places of worship designed to serve the residential area. This is an amendment to policy, future land use policy 2.2.1M. And the addition is item number 3, and it reads, places of worship designed to serve the residential area. In the URA, just excuse me, depicted in the special planning areas map 3.1, developments with 100% of units restricted pursuant to the affordable housing program may utilize up to 100% of the underlying residential density and institutional intensity with the place of worship. And this is the second amendment. This is an amendment to policy 2.4G, which is specific to the transferable development rights. It's inserting line number 5 in the URA depicted again on the special planning maps, special area map 3.1, up to 7 units of additional TDRs are available for those projects that are 100% affordable in accordance with the affordable housing program and within a quarter mile of a transit stop. Because it is found that those who are at the lower or very low income brackets, car ownership is a little bit lower than it is in your workforce housing categories. And so convenience to a bus stop is going to be an important factor in these developments. This is a depiction of that said map. I've highlighted the URA in orange. It is located east and west, between I-95 and the Turnpike. The northern reaches are Community Drive, and the south is about 6 Melaleuca Drive. The second part of the application, the future land use map amendment, this is to change the future land use from HR 8 to 12. So the map would go from yellow to orange. As you can see, it is contiguous with HR 12, or properties with HR 12 designations to the east and west. And to the south is a property with the current future land use HR 8. To the north is MR 5. Contextually, the development pattern in this area, we've got multifamily, a high-density multifamily to the east, and the Haverhill Commons apartment complex. And most of the properties to the west of it, save for the one immediately to our west, are multifamily properties. There is a single-family house on the to the immediate west of us. And to the north is a property owned by a place of worship. There's also multiple single-family homes. To the south is another property. It is owned by another place of worship or religious organization, but the lot is vacant at this time. There's a smattering of other institutional and community or low-intensity commercial properties up and down the corridor. As I said, the town of Haverhill is just to the south of us. As far as public outreach goes, we were able to meet with the Stacy area CCRT on January 21st. It was a candid conversation. It was a presentation on our half, and there was actually no comment or questions from the neighbors. They were open and receptive to listening to the presentation. And on the 23rd, we presented the application or the project to the town of Haverhill Town Council. We had fielded some questions related to taxes and how the affordable housing program would work and income and whether or not the proposed development would have the impact to cause the expansion of the intersection at Belvedere and Haverhill Road, to which the answer was no. We are thankful for staff working with us on this application. They have in their staff report recommended approval with conditions. My client is fine with the conditions, and so we hope that you will also recommend approval as well. I'm happy to take any questions after staff's presentation.
Thank you. Great. Do we have a staff presentation?
Yes, sir. Good morning. Tweeshat, for the record, Planning Director. Maria Bello, our Principal Planner, is Project Manager, and she will be able to give you a presentation for this.
Great. Thank you.
Good morning. So, as you already heard from the applicant, this request includes both a future land use amendment and, no, not that one. There we go. Both a future land use amendment component and a text amendment component for this site located on Haverhill Road, north of Belvedere, north of the town of Haverhill. And the purpose of this amendment is to facilitate the development of those 101 affordable housing units and the place of worship that would be incorporated. As indicated, it's located within the urban redevelopment area, or URA, of the county. Sorry. Thank you. Sorry. There we go. Okay. You've already heard essentially what this project is about and the changes that are necessary. What I want to focus on for you and provide context for you on is why these particular text changes are proposed as the appropriate tools to use in this instance. So the first text change, as the applicant mentioned, is to allow up to 7 units per acre for this type of use. That is up from the current cap of either 4 or 5, depending on the location of the site, but only for projects that are 100% affordable in the urban redevelopment area and within a quarter mile of transit stops. The second text amendment is to allow what we call double dipping, which is to allow the entire property area to be used for the calculation of both the residential density and the institutional or place of worship intensity or square footage. So, and that would again be only for places of worship in residential, co-located with residential uses that are providing 100% affordable units and only in the urban redevelopment area. So why these changes are being proposed? For decades, the county has recognized that the central part of the county, the urban core, is an area that has great transportation connections and access to a lot of amenities, proximity to amenities, but also has an aging housing stock, aging building stock, and does have some areas that do lack infrastructure. So almost 20 years ago, the county created the Urban Redevelopment Area, the URA, as a way to focus county and private redevelopment efforts in that area and spur revitalization. So within the urban redevelopment area, along the major corridors, essentially Military Trail, Congress Avenue, Lake Worth Road, Okeechobee, there are priority redevelopment areas designated that have special access to density. They do not have to go through the amendment process. They do not have to use transfer development rights. They don't use workforce housing or affordable housing density bonuses. That provision, that special provision, is not available in the balance of the urban redevelopment area, including along Haverhill Road, where this particular project is proposed. So this proposed text amendment is a way to enhance our existing tools that are available in this area to allow for additional density for projects such as this. And as you've heard, affordable housing projects typically require a great deal of density to make those viable. And using the increase in the transfer development rights for this type of project is consistent with the transfer development rights program intent, which, among other things, includes using county resources and infrastructure more efficiently, and also increasing attainable housing, whether it be workforce or affordable. So to the specific changes, as indicated, there would be a revision to policy 24G, which currently outlines how many transfer development rights can be obtained in different areas of the county. It would make changes to that policy to allow for up to 7, again, up from the current cap of 4 or 5, but only for projects in the urban redevelopment area that are incorporating 100% of the units as restricted as affordable and are located within a quarter mile of the transit stop. And this last change related to the transit stop is not only because we recognize that households at the affordable income level have lower car ownership rates and higher use of mass transit, not surprisingly, but also to align with the change that the county is making that you heard mentioned to reduce parking requirements for projects that are 100% affordable and located near transit stops. The specific change, the second specific change to text is for policy 221M, and again to allow for that double dipping that I mentioned. Projects with 100% of units restricted as affordable would be able to calculate that density and intensity based on the entire property, not just calculate the residential portion based on, some outline of residential, and the institutional or place of worship portion, calculate that square footage on just that portion. So, excuse me. So staff's assessment is that overall the project is appropriate in this location. Now, the effective density of 30 units per acre does not exist anywhere on Haverhill Road in the corridor. It's certainly not in this area. But the URA is the appropriate location for this type of redevelopment activity. It's the area that the county has designated for this type of activity, and the housing stock, as I mentioned, in the area, the homes to the north of this site were all built in the 50s and early 60s. About half of them are investor-owned, which makes them more likely targets or prospects for redevelopment in the area as well. So this is the first project, but we would not expect it to be the last in this vicinity. It also helps to address the trend that was mentioned that we're seeing increasingly of places of worship that are trying to find ways. Often they own large pieces of land and have a relatively small facility for that piece of land. And they're trying to find ways to not only maintain or expand their existing facilities, but sometimes also to garner additional resources to do some of their ministries in the community. And sometimes those ministries include things like making provisions for affordable and workforce housing using portions of their sites. So increasingly we're getting requests from places of worship that are looking, that have been approached by multifamily developers and are looking to see how this could come about. So in essence, our current density provisions fall short in terms of doing this type of project in the urban redevelopment area for the reasons that I mentioned. And making these changes would be consistent with overall county objectives to both provide more affordable and workforce housing and also to spur redevelopment within this particular area. So for those reasons, staff is recommending approval with conditions. The conditions are the things you typically see, limiting the number of units to a maximum, requiring the units to be affordable, requiring the purchase of transfer development rights for consistency with the county's transfer development rights policies, limiting traffic trips for consistency with our long-range transportation traffic policy, 35D, and also requiring concurrent adoption of the zoning as well as the future land use amendment. So, again, staff recommends approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Commissioner Stopik, do we have any public comments on this agenda item?
On this one.
Okay, thank you very much. So I want to remind my fellow commissioners, we're going to start with any questions, and then we're going to go back around with comments. We have a packed agenda, so I really want to stick to that today. We normally meld it all together, but I just want to make sure we stay focused today on that, if we could, please. I'm going to start down on my right. Brian, any questions for the applicant?
No questions.
Or
Thank
the
you.
staff?
Nope. Thank you.
Serge?
No question.
Great. Commissioner Stopik?
No, Chair. Thank you.
Vereza?
No.
Our newest member, any questions?
Two questions.
Go right ahead.
Two questions. First question is, I noticed that $8,900,
Speak. So is it for the applicant or to the staff? Do we know?
thank you.
Thank you.
Question for the staff. I noticed that there's an ask for a voluntary payment of $28,900 to the school district, and I did not hear that mentioned as one of the conditions. Second, if I may, second question has to do with Pine Grove. That road appears to be in terrible condition, and I don't know if it would be within our jurisdiction to discuss that at all in this meeting or not, but those are two questions I had. Thank you.
With regard to the condition related to payment to the school district, that is a standard request that is made by the school district for any type of amendment of this sort, and we do include it in the staff report for consideration by the applicant and/or the board, but we do not typically include it as a recommendation unless directed by the board. And then with regard to the road, do we have a traffic? Yes, we do. Traffic representative here who may be able to address that.
Dominic Simmons, for the record. Well, that's a very good question when it comes to the Pine Grove. The problem with Pine Grove is that right now it's quite depressing.
We can't hear you.
How about now? No. Oh, it's on now. Pine Grove is it's quite depressing actually, and when the application initially came into play. Allowing access on Pine Grove was initially discussed. However, staff came to the ultimate conclusion that having access on Harvey Hill will better suit the site. So the fact that the site will not have any connection whatsoever on Pine Grove, so I believe that improving on Pine Grove is completely irrelevant at this point.
Thanks for your responses.
Great, thank you. Commissioner?
I have a question in reference to the $28,000 that will be allocated to the school board. Is this to the school district? Is this something that going to be allocated consistently for a period of time, or is this a one-time allocation?
I believe it's a one-time allocation.
And in that case, then how will the school district continue to do well with the number of children that will be added into the school district if it is just a one-time allocation? Was that considered at all?
I can't speak for their analysis process, but I would assume that they understand, they have, formulas that they use to understand impacts and to address those as they feel appropriate. So if they wanted something recurring or a larger amount, I presume that would have been reflected in their proposal.
Okay, thank you.
This is a question for staff. Considering the emphasis placed on trip generation, reduced parking, et cetera, to incentivize the affordability factor here on this project, what authority do we have, and being new, my second meeting, to recommend improvements to the transit stops at this location? And this may be an attorney question, this may be a traffic division question. I know there will be impact fees paid. There's been some state law changes. Can roadway impact fees be used to improve transit facilities right now in Palm Beach County, is my question.
Well, there will probably be impact fees collected for this project, and they would be able to be used to improve the transit facilities within the district that they've been collected in. So,
I guess I'll be more specific with my question. So I drove by this location this morning on my way here. The transit stops are just signs. There's not a shelter. There's not a bench. It's a sign with like 2 little seats attached to it.
During the zoning application review, Palm Tran will make comments on this application. If that's something that they feel that they need, then they might make a condition of approval or something to that effect. But they'll address that during the zoning application.
Okay, so if we make that as a recommendation, is that something that can be passed on?
well, we usually don't make those conditions. We can reflect in the minutes of the meeting that you had concerns about the traffic stops in the area, and then that gets passed on.
Thank you.
Okay. If no further questions, any comments? All right. Entertain a motion. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I would move to accept the plan as submitted with conditions for agenda item We have 3A1, 7th at Haverhill.
Second.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. And all those approve?
Is there an opportunity, Mr. Chair, for discussion?
Sure.
Sure.
I would like to ask that it be in the minutes that, to the greatest extent possible, that we request improvements to the transit stops on the north and southbound routes. I believe it's Route 4, I don't remember, to better accommodate the people that will be using them. Obviously, there will be increased use here. We have reduced parking requirements. We have affordable units. Both of those tend to increase transit ridership, and it would be a great accommodation for the folks who will ultimately be the tenants of this project if they have better transit facilities available to them right on their doorstep.
Do you have everything you need?
Yeah, I think so. You have that information. Yeah, the minutes shall reflect.
Thank you.
Okay. Any comments, discussion? If not, we'll call it the vote. Let's go ahead and do a roll call vote, so we'll keep it in check.
John Carr,
Yes.
Marissa Londas,
Yes.
Ralph Clemente,
Yes.
Richard Dunn,
Yes.
Rosie Matos,
Yes.
Brian Stenberg,
Yes.
Rick Stopik,
Yes.
Serge DeHady.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Moving on to the second agenda item on public hearing, Wellington Vista Phase 2. If we could please have the applicant come to podium, whichever one they want. Where the hell did my agenda go?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Brian Terry. I'm with Insight Studio. I'm here on behalf of FCI and going to walk you through our application here this morning. We're here to talk to you about a community called Wellington Vista. Wellington Vista is located just on the west side of the Florida Turnpike on the south side of Lake Worth Road. What is there today is a 370-unit apartment community, multifamily community, with 3 vacant acres of land that's directly fronting on Lake Worth Road. So there's a bit of a history. This project, well, quickly, I'll show you. Again, this is a constructed community. We went through this process in 2018. Did a land use amendment, did a zoning change. Ultimately, this is kind of this is leftover excess land that was part of the construction of the Turnpike interchange that's at that location. So it was sold from FDOT to the development team. And then ultimately, this is the product. So it's a 360 unit community. Very, very nice. It is, and again, kind of something that you recognize and you see as you drive up and down the Turnpike. We're here this morning to talk about that 3 acres that's the remaining parcel. Back in 2018, when we went through this application process, we did a 2-step land use modification. We changed the southern portion of it to HR 8. To accommodate for the 370 units. And then there was these 3 acres, as you can see. We did a land use modification, and it was assigned the commercial high land use category. And so it's been vacant. It's sat there for quite a long time. The Lake Worth corridor has seen, obviously, significant build out since the time that this was done. The intention was that it was going to be essentially a daycare. There was a fast food restaurant. There was some office space. It was all accommodated for on that property. Again, some of those uses have now occurred west of this property along Lake Worth Road. And so there's an opportunity to rethink what is the highest and best utilization of those 3 acres. Again, here's that ordinance from 2018 that made the original modifications to the property. And again, this is some of the graphics that show how it was intended to be developed. And there, as you see, the 3 acres and what those uses are. So we had about 13,000 square feet, about a 200-child daycare, the Type 1 restaurant with the drive-through and the office. So we're here today to talk about modifying this and now converting that to residential instead, so we can have one cohesive residential community. The good in doing this is that we're going to reduce a lot of the traffic impacts that commercial development would have brought on. And, you know, when we were doing this back in 2018, certainly working with the community and addressing some of the concerns that were being raised at that time, it was probably 90% conversation about traffic of what was being done here. And so this roadway, which is on the west side of that plan, if I can get this to point. Oh, I just turned it off. There we go. Anyway, the west road is Hooks Road. That Hooks Road was built to provide access into the property. It is now connected into the overall matrix of roadways that is part in that portion of the county. And again, it was constructed. There were issues with concern with access and the amount of traffic that's literally right there at the Florida Turnpike. So by doing this, we are able to reduce again the traffic volumes proposed from the commercial to the proposed residential by about 60% with this application. So that is a significant reduction. We are in a concurrent site plan and zoning application process. This is a conceptual image of where that application is going. But I think the major points here we're asking ultimately with the land use request and the rezoning of this to a PUD, one cohesive community, it would be 100 units in addition to the 370 that are already constructed. With this application, there is a 27% workforce housing commitment that goes along with this, and those would all be constructed on site, as are the workforce housing units that are within the existing Wellington Vista community. There is, because we're combining this with the existing 27 acres, and again making it a cohesive community, not to overcomplicate the math, that's how we end up getting to the density. It's basically the HR 8 requesting the 8 units per acre across the entirety of the 30-ish acres. We are utilizing the transfer development right program and doing 2 units per acre across that 30 acres as well. And then the workforce housing bonus density program, which is, I believe it's at 68, 69% of the potential density, and that's how ultimately the gross density comes to 15.5. This is a unique location, being directly adjacent to the Florida Turnpike. Again, you know, with the constructed community that's already there, this property is isolated on the very north side of that development, directly adjacent to Lake Worth Road. We think it's an ideal location to do this infill to create some density and really create some of those workforce units that we desperately need. Again, simply so you can see in total there's 70 existing workforce units that are in the community that's there today. We're adding 27 to 27%, so there'll be a total of 97 within this community just by itself. Our school concurrency, or I'm sorry, this is our 3.5D traffic approval. And again, to touch on, and we did receive a letter from the Fields HOA, which is the community that's kind of to the south and west of us. They had some comments and concerns potentially related to traffic. Again, with this application, we're actually reducing the impacts that very well could occur on that property if it were built under the commercial designation that exists on the property today. So this is a reduction in intensity and development potential, and certainly trips as well. And obviously the school capacity availability letter, so there is sufficient capacity, and appreciate staff's review of the application through this process. They found us in compliance with all the different criteria for this land use request. And we do have multiple conditions of approval. Really, it's some modifications to the existing ones, again, because we're modifying an existing ordinance that was approving the commercial. But we are in agreement with all the conditions of approval, and just to state as well, it's noted in here that these units will be built, these workforce units would be built on site. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions after staff does their presentation, and appreciate your time.
Thank you. Can we please have staff presentation?
Yes, Ina Stavchuk, Senior Planner for the Plan Division, will do that, and will supplement anything and answer questions.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. Ina Stavchuk with Planning Division. Amendment in front of you is Valentin Vista Phase 2. Okay, let me see how this works. Yeah, perfect. This is privately proposed amendment on a 30-acre site. The subject site is located within urban-suburban tier on the southern corner of Lake Worth Road and Hooks Road, just west of the Florida Turnpike. It's located within boundaries of the West Lake Worth Road neighborhood plan. Amendment proposes to change the future land use designation on the 3 acres. That is a northern portion in blue from commercial high with underlying low residential 2 units per acre to high residential 8 units per acre. The proposed amendment would also change the future land use designation on a little sliver of 0.33 acres shown in purple. That is an abandoned right-of-way that's located within the developed southern portion. So we have a southern portion that is totaling 27.35 acres, and that is 0.33 acres little sliver located within it. And again, that portion was developed, and we're changing land use on this little sliver from 2 units, low residential 2 units per acre to HR8, and overall revising condition on the amendment side. The intent of this change is to designate the entire 30.35 acre site as a high residential 8 units per acre, allowing for development of additional 100 multifamily units on the 3 acre portion. That is together with the already developed 370 units. The total request will be 470 units. This results in a little bit higher density on a 3 acre portion. It's almost like a 33.3 dwelling units per acre, but the overall PUD development will be 15.5 dwelling units per acre. So that is a subject side. It consists of Valentin Vista Phase 1. That is a southern portion. It's 27.35 acres, and it's completed with 370 units. And the northern 3 acre portion that was previously approved as commercial, and we call it Valentin Vista Phase 2. That is a name for our amendment. This site is located next to Turnpike, surrounded by commercial, mixed, and primarily medium density residential future land uses. Site is located within the West Lake Worth Road neighborhood plan area, but it wasn't addressed by the neighborhood plan because it was owned by the FDOT. That is a larger 51-acre site that they had it for reconfiguration of Turnpike interchange. So the new interchange was constructed utilizing about 20 acres, and the remaining land was sold and became a Valentin Vista project. The history of this site. It was subject of one previous future land use amendment in 2018, which changed the future land use designation from LR2 over the whole site to HR8 on the southern portion. At that time, it was 27.02 acres, and to commercial high with underlying 2 units on the northern portion of 3 acres. The condition limited residential to 375 units, and the site plan that went to the board, at that plan, it's had about 18,000 square feet of commercial uses, including daycare, type 1 restaurant with drive-through, and professional office. So that little sliver, 0.33 acres right away, was not included at that time because it wasn't abandoned at that time, but subsequently it was abandoned and became part of the Valentin Vista rental community. The 3 acre commercial portion remained vacant. Again, back to the request. The applicant intends to use the proposed future land use amendment with additional density to be obtained through the use of transfer of development rights and workforce housing program density bonuses to achieve 100 units to be constructed on the 3 acres portion. I'll just give a quick overview how we achieve that through the different density bonuses. So the phase 1 was completed with 370 units. That included 216 base density. It has included 51 TDRs and a little bit over 100 workforce housing density bonus units. This 370 units did not completely exhaust all available density. So that we call it available or like potential densities that is still over that developed portion. So the 3-acre site itself yields 46 units, and there are these 54 leftover units proposed to be consolidated on the 3 acres so the site could achieve 100 units. And it's again, that is a total mass for this phase 1 and phase 2 that will have to gather 470 units. Staff assessment. Proposed overall density is appropriate at this location. Site is located in urban suburban tier on major roadway and in close proximity to employment. In terms of compatibility, the proposed amendment would introduce a 5-story structure on this 3-acre portion, and that is it's higher than any building along the western Lake Worth Road. However, it's located next to Florida Turnpike and next to adjacent commercial, so the site would not be incompatible with the scale, mass, and intensity of the adjacent uses. Regarding the workforce housing obligation, this obligation resulting from the requested 100 additional units is 27%, and it's required by the ULDC. It is higher than the 25% that staff would normally recommend for multifamily projects that are going through amendment process. So how it happened here is that it's higher than that number because they're using some density bonuses that are left over from a larger site. They consolidate and all that, and as you know, TDRs and workforce housing density bonuses, they has a higher workforce housing obligation. So when we put all the density bonuses together, we arrived at 27% or 27 units, which is good. 27 units will be restricted as workforce housing on the site. Proposed amendment consistent with the comprehensive plan policies, particular policy 24B, which requires the purchase of TDRs and using any workforce housing density bonus, and with the policy 35D. In fact, as applicant said, and as a letter, current request reduces number of trips compared to what was vested by the prior ordinance. Conditions of approval on existing on the southern portion, it just reflect number of the units that has already been developed. And for northern portion, we do have our standard conditions of approval. We have limiting it to maximum 100 units with no further density increases. We require purchase and construction of TDRs, and to restrict 27% of the units on the site as workforce housing units, and concurrent adoption with the zoning application, so to make sure that the site plan looks nice. And staff recommends approval with conditions, motion approval with conditions. We published a staff report, I think like a week ago, and since that, staff received 2 emails, and one contained a letter from Fields Homeowners Association and email from one of the residents, and you should have copies printed at the dais. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this?
We do.
It's okay.
Yes, we do. We have a Mr. Peter Sherriz, if he's in attendance. There you are, sir. Please come up to podium 2. State your address for the record, please, and we'll have 2 minutes for public comments.
Thank you. My name is Peter Sherris. I'm at 4789 Chantilly Road, Lake Worth, Florida, which is part of the development known as the Fields. I appreciate you all giving us an opportunity to speak our piece here. Our concern is not with the redevelopment of this area, but it is with the access to that area. As you notice from, and I really apologize, I don't have any visuals with me, but if you notice from the site plan, Hooks Road is the road that Wellington Vista uses to get out to. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Is the primary road that Wellington Vista people use to get out to Lake Worth Road. Well, as you have noticed from the traffic studies, if you want to go west on Lake Worth Road, you have to go down to the turnpike entrance, cross 3 lanes of traffic, make a U-turn, etc. So the other portion of this, and this goes back to the original purchase by Pulte Land Development of that neighboring community, Pulte was required when they sold off the front portion, what was originally Pod A of their development, which is now Elan Polo Gardens. It was required of Pulte to put in a road. That road has been labeled as a lane. Okay. Now, my interpretation of a lane from when I grew up in the 70s and 80s down here, lane is usually an alleyway for access for utility vehicles, garbage trucks, those kind of things. And what I'd like to show here, if I could.
Give him a little more time. Yeah.
Corvus Drive is mislabeled. That is Pineapple Farm Road.
Sir, do you mind speaking into the mic, because we need it for the record, and I can show it visually as you speak, if that's okay.
Okay. And also, if you could wrap it up in maybe another 30 seconds or so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Basically, Corvus Road is Pineapple Farm Road. It was required to be put in of Pulte Land Development when they sold the property in front of it, which is CL03, which is now Elan Gardens. They have access to the road. Wellington Vista has access to that road, but the Fields has no interest in that road. We have no access to it from our development. It literally goes up the north side of our property so that these 2 other developments can have access. Our concern is not only with Wellington Vista Phase 2, but also what you see labeled there as CH2. We are responsible for maintaining that road. It is a private road. It was designed as a lane, not high traffic use, but the only way to safely get out to Lake Worth Road is to go up what you see there as Corvus Drive.
Great. Thank you so much for your comments. We appreciate it.
We got it.
All right.
Any other questions?
Is that any other public comment?
That's the only public comment on this one. Yeah.
So we'll go with questions, and I'm going to start with Commissioner Stopik this time. He's ready.
I am. This would be for the applicant, and probably staff might want to respond as well. To take up on Mr. Sherris's point, which apologize for cutting you off, sir, but we do have the time constraint on the public comments. I am concerned about this road issue here. I'm not going to read the lengthy report that we got from the Field Homeowners Association, which is part of the record, but I will read this brief email that we got from Michael and Linda Paciello, if I pronounce the name correctly. I'll just read it quickly. We object to a change in the zoning for the Wellington Vista Phase 3. In addition to the population being quite dense already in this area, the road in and out of this property was never deeded over to the current owners. Therefore, the people who live in the Fields community will have to maintain a road that is not part of their community. Not only should there be no further housing on this land, Pulte should be required to deed this road to the owners of the current property. I guess my question is, are you guys, as the applicant, aware of this situation? To me, it just seems inherently unfair if the Fields HOA has to maintain a road that they have no access to and no use to. It seems like this is an issue that should be resolved before any further development goes forward. If you could speak to that.
Yes, sure. I'm happy to. Obviously, we are aware of it. We received the letter as well. I did reach out to, and I'm happy to speak with this gentleman after the meeting. I reached out to the management company who manages the HOA, sent them an email or offering an opportunity to sit down with the community and kind of discuss it further. What's labeled as, is it Corvus? That, again, it has nothing, we don't own that property. We've never involved with the two property, the Pulte development, which is in the yellow MR5, the fields, and then the MLU property to the north. Those are two completely separate developments. That roadway that bisects between the two of them had nothing to do with our development, which is the Wellington Vista. We also have a private roadway which provides access for every resident that lives in the fields to get them to Lake Worth Road 2. Hooks Road, which we built, which we maintain, it's not a public right-of-way. It's kind of a vice versa, right? That road provides access, and every resident of the fields has the access and can utilize that road to get to Hooks Road. And it's 100% of our obligation. When this original development, the 370 units were approved, we had no utilization of that road. That roadway didn't exist. That east to west roadway didn't exist. We didn't use it in our traffic study. All our access and everything was being shown from Hooks Road to Lake Worth Road. We weren't reliant upon it. It wasn't a requirement of that road to get built for the construction of the 370 units. So there's a bit of history here. There's a little bit of probably misunderstanding of how that all was constructed and sort of the negotiations and the conditions of approval for these different projects. I understand their potential their concern that they're maintaining a road where their residents don't have a direct access to it. However, they certainly utilize and can utilize that road to gain access to Hooks, which is our road, and then ultimately to Lake Worth Road. So we're more than happy to sit down with the community, try to explain a little bit more in depth that history and sort of how it all came to be. But, again, there is an approval on the property for commercial uses. What we're proposing is actually a further reduction of what is already approved. So we're bettering that circumstance, in this case. So that's kind of the quick summary I think I can give.
Okay, thanks. And I'm sorry, can I ask a follow-up question then to staff on the same topic? If they could, or traffic, whoever wants to respond to it. My question basically is, we seem to have a situation here. We've got a lot of private roadways that are being shared by multiple communities. It would seem to me that at some point the county ought to come in and just say, okay, all these should be deeded to the county, take over maintenance, take over everything. Everybody share and share alike, as opposed to having each of these communities piecemeal. Is that something that's been discussed or on the table?
Well, actually, for the time being, we are currently assessing the situation. At this point, the only information that is required from the applicant is to show that whether Lake Worth is operating over capacity or under capacity, that in order to address the analysis that are required per policy 3.5D. So like the speaker mentioned, this is a reduction in terms of trips. So, sorry. Initially, when the application came into play, the connector road was not there. So, meaning all the impacts of that development, they were actually dumped at Hooks intersection. Analysis were conducted, and both at Hooks and Turnpike, and based on the output of those analyses, it shows that the result was acceptable. That wasn't really a concern. Again, that was in the past. So now with the implementation, with the connector road being in place, so that's another story. So now it's a reduction in trips, and 25% of the impacts of the proposal will actually be on that road. And then we also understand that Polo Gardens will also has a direct access to that road, and it will actually kind of like render the situation a little bit, aggravated. So here, at this point, I don't really have enough evidence really to speculate my response regarding the the connector road. But what I can assure you is that in the next phase of the traffic study, meaning the concurrency traffic study, we will actually require additional analysis, specifically at the point where the connector road and Polo roads connect. So we will actually require additional analysis at that point, and that analysis will actually tell us what should be the next step, meaning are there going to be improvements or whatnot. But at this point, I can't really speculate on that matter.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions, Commissioner?
A bunch, but I'll defer to the other commissioners for a moment.
Are you all right? Are you sure? All right. Commissioner, any questions? Oh, that's you, Serge. You're up. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Well, I wanted to know, what is the speed limit on Lake Worth Road?
Just bear with me a second. Let me verify that real quick.
So I noticed that the one of the...
It's 45 miles per hour.
Okay. And is it legal to make that U-turn at the turnpike?
Well,
I think so.
It depends. It depends, as again, my response actually based on substantial evidence, because previously when the application came into play, so we had the analysis. In accordance to the analysis, it shows that those U-turns are feasible.
Okay.
But again, it depends, because the traffic, it's not really stable.
Okay. And this is going east. That's the onbound ramp lane to the turnpike.
Right. Eastbound to westbound.
All right. And is there a traffic light at Polo Road and Lake Worth Road?
Yes, sir.
All right.
There is.
So there's traffic reduction there. And okay. I guess the question, I had a note here, who's responsible for Pineapple Farm Lane Road?
Pineapple, it's privately maintained.
Okay. I don't know if you can answer this. What is the current trip value for that road, or for that lane or road?
The Pineapple?
Yeah.
Well, that's what, if I may refer to what I said previously. Right now, we don't really have any information pertaining to that segment.
And the same thing with the Hooks Road as well.
Well, Hooks Road, I do not want to relay on the past information because it's been a while, and especially that because of the reduction, so the information that we have right now, they're kind of like irrelevant because they're going to be affected somehow. Again, like I stated, we will actually require from the traffic engineer to conduct additional analysis, and those analysis will be at Hooks and at Pineapple's intersection, where it connects to Polo and Lake Worth.
Okay. And I had a question about the demographic. Like, what's the age, like the average age of the population out there? I don't know if you can answer that.
I will have to defer to planning.
I'm not certain if there's any 55-plus communities in this area, so it's just I don't know that we have specific population demographics on this area, but
Okay.
I think it's just a mix of.
All right, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Stumberg?
I have a question for the applicant, and it relates to Hooks Road. What's the history of Hooks Road being private? Why wasn't it ever made part of, dedicated to the public use?
I mean, the history is just simply it was designed to provide access into the back of the property. that old master plan that was kind of flashed up, it always had the expectation that there was going to be a road that was kind of along that portion, along that western side of what is in the purple, which is our property. So there was kind of a grid work and overall master plan that was developed. That location was always identified as a potential roadway. What had happened instead of that continuing south down to where there's kind of sort of that purple asterisk, that changed through the process of the Fields community being developed.
Hooks is open to the public.
Yeah, no, it's open to the public. It's just not maintained by, it's not public.
I was just wondering why it wasn't ever dedicated as public right away.
So the circumstances kind of changed. It became sort of ultimately sort of a dead-end road with the cul-de-sac. It is connected now. That east-west connector, Pineapple Lane, connects over to Polo Road. But again, it was part of our requirements to construct it and maintain it, and it had, it was not, the county had never taken over control or ownership of that roadway. They still have not.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Commissioner Doss, any questions?
I do. This is for the applicant. Can you just concisely state for the record the specific steps that you're taking to prevent traffic congestion in the area?
Yeah, of course. I think there were multiple aspects to the original development that had to do with, again, there was a question about U-turns. There was work, we had to work with FDOT to modify the U-turn movements along Lake Worth Road. That was a significant improvement that occurred. We added, again, we constructed Hooks Road. We constructed a right turn lane, so an eastbound right turn lane at Hooks Road. That was accommodated for us. So all of those improvements really were a function of the previous approvals, and again, were vested for approvals and vested for the traffic that we're proposing on this property, and we're reducing those numbers. And so we're continuing to work with traffic and staff to work those issues. Again, we've made significant contributions to the safety, to the roadway network, to the improvements in that corridor based on all of our previous approvals, of which have all been completed.
Thank you. Commissioner Dunn?
Yes. 3 concerns. First, thanks to the planning staff for helping the developer succeed in putting together a complex and appropriate answers to many questions. But I still have a question about not only the traffic, which has already been discussed, so I'm not going to raise that. I think there's some concern. I hope the county and I hope the developer and other neighbors, as appropriate, can come to some kind of agreement. But I would also want to mention that's $45,000 and I think $80, something in that neighborhood, was requested from the school district again to be voluntarily paid in addition to the other fees that, of course, they would also pay. So I still have a concern about that, as I expressed in the first project we approved. So I don't know what I need to do, but if I need to request that it be mentioned in the minutes or something like that, then I would request that as well. Thank you.
We can do that. Did you have any questions?
No.
Okay.
No, well.
Okay, great. Commissioner Meadows, any questions for the applicant?
No.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Clemente?
Yes, I have a question regarding, and it seems like, as is often the case, traffic is the big deal here. And this is for the traffic division. In your trip generation analysis, particularly considering that this project, like the previous one, has workforce housing, has a workforce housing component and a density bonus associated with that. In your trip generation analysis, how are those trips comprised? Is every one of these considered to be an automobile trip? Is there any factor that allocates a portion of the trips to non-single occupant vehicle trips?
Well, that's a very good question. Well, to respond to that question, I would have to refer to ITE Trip Generation Manual. So that's, well, not entirely all the time, but most of the time that's where we often refer to get the rates attributed to a particular land use. So the rates, when we actually refer to ITE trip generation manual, we often base one of the key components that we base upon to have the absolute certainty that we have to use that rates is the sample size. So the sample size is the number of sites that the data were collected in order to get the trip generation data. So when those surveys were conducted, all those factors were taken into consideration, like passenger cars, trucks, and then they give the rates. So that's the rate that those are the rates that we actually use in order to come up with the trip generation.
Sure, I understand that, but I guess let me ask it differently. If, and I remember it's in the report, but I'll just use a number. If this development is, I think it was 400 and something trips a day,
Right.
right? Are all those trips, 450 trips a day, considered to be, every trip is considered to be a car trip?
Not really. So that's what I said. According to the rates, everything is factors in trucks, passenger cars. So basically, the 400 trips that you are referring to, they are not only passenger cars. They also include trucks, all
All
type of
trips.
vehicles. Correct.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, I have two questions. Was looking for on traffic. Imagine that. Another traffic question. I was looking in the traffic report. Did they do any analysis of putting a light there at that intersection of Hooks?
May I ask which intersection?
Hooks and Lake Worth Road.
Oh, that's a very good question. Prior to installing a traffic signal, there are like a few criteria that need to be met. First of all, we need to understand that if the intersection is critical, the criticality of that intersection is often based on crash analysis. And we also base on traffic volumes at that intersection as well. And other factors is like the separation between the signal separations. That's a major component. And what will actually give us the certainty that the traffic signal is to be installed is what we call a signal warrant analysis. So with the signal warrant analysis, if the output determines that the traffic signal is to be installed, under most circumstances, we have to install the traffic signal. And however, safety actually takes priority. And in response to your question, I do not think that the traffic signal is required as per judgment. Although the volumes might require the signal, or the signal warrant analysis may determine that there's a need for that, but according to judgment, it's not going to improve the signal progression. So no, a traffic signal is not required.
Okay, I think I maybe should have asked the question a little bit better too as well. Has there been a signal warrant analysis, or is there one in the future planned? I think is maybe what I was looking for.
Well, what I'm saying, though, my response was like generally speaking, so to address any concern at that intersection. So a signal warrant, even if a signal warrant analysis determines the installation of a traffic signal, we are not going to impose that traffic signal because it will be too close to the turnpike intersection. That will not improve the traffic situation.
So I think I gathered no.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. But thank you for the explanation. All right, I have a question for the applicant on workforce housing, the 27 units. What's the plan for that, please? Are you keeping that?
Yes, the 27 units, they'll be built on site as well.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you so much. Any comments from the commissioners?
I would just like to make a disclosure that I was contacted by Caroline sorry if I misget your name wrong, Velaniva?
There's no need for disclosures.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, we have a comment from Commissioner Stopik.
Yeah, the comment that I have, and I don't know if this is within our purview or not, is that I just have, for lack of a better phrase, and please don't take it personally, a lack of confidence that if we approve this and then we have to rely on this traffic matter being resolved down the road at the next phase, that once we approve this, it's just going to keep on moving through and this traffic issue is not going to get resolved. What is the mechanism? Is there a hard stop at some point if there's no agreement between the applicants and the local homeowners associations and so on and so forth, that to prevent this from getting to the next steps? If I can't get that kind of an assurance that the traffic matter is going to be resolved fairly and appropriately, then I'm afraid I'm going to have to vote no at this time, just because I think that has to be resolved before it can go forward. Not sure who has to respond to that.
I mean, I can speak to it. I think that, again, you're right, that there's a couple different processes going on here, right? The traffic study that's been submitted, that's a part of this process, the land use amendment, is again addressing the policy 3.5D. That's a long-range view of traffic. There's a separate traffic study that is being reviewed by the county. That is the traffic concurrency. That's kind of getting down much more in depth into individual impacts. I certainly, through that process, through the review of that traffic study, which will ultimately be part of the rezoning approval, that is going to identify, include if there's any improvements that are necessary, if there's intersection improvements, if there are additional turn lanes, if there's U-turns, whatever those criteria would be, that to assure that the traffic meets all the county standards and is acceptable, would then be incorporated as conditions of approval related to the rezoning component, which also has to be approved by the Board of County Commission. So there is a stopgap, I think, in the process, if that's what you're looking for, to make sure that there's resolution, whether it be resolution being that everything is functional and working okay, or that there needs to be improvements along the way.
Thank you. Any comments, Commissioner Haiti? Nope.
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Stenberg, any comments?
Yeah, about the Pineapple Farms lane, I know this isn't what we're talking about today, but I agree with the homeowners that it's unfair that that they're stuck with the cost of having to maintain that road. I'm not asking for the applicant to be required to maintain that road, but for the record, I do think the county should be should have it as public right of way. I looked around at my property appraiser map a moment ago to look at Corvus Lane to see if Corvus Lane was it was in a similar situation, but I see that it's got gates. I noticed that on Pineapple Farms Lane there is no gate, so there's nobody's hindered from using it. And I question if Polo Gardens has any obligation to share the cost of maintaining that road. I think it's something the county should to check out and remedy if it's an issue.
Thank you. Commissioner Voss, any comments?
I mean, I don't know if this is necessarily a affordable housing development issue as much as it's an infrastructure communication issue. But you have made, I think that you've made contributions to this community by constructing Hooks Road. So that's definitely something that I have to take into consideration. I would really, really like to see the county intervene and have some sort of consistency for all the roadways maintained in this area. I think that's ultimately what's needed.
Commissioner Dunn.
Yes, I echo those comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Matos?
I also agree with those comments.
Commissioner Comante?
As do I, agree with those comments, and I'll add, as with the application prior to this one, and again, couching this in that I'm new here, so maybe staff will pull me aside later and like tell me there's limits on what we can do or not. But I have concerns. I commend the effort to build affordable housing, workforce housing, et cetera. But I am concerned with where we are incentivizing it because of the nature of the environment and how people that will ultimately be the tenants of these units live their lives. I mean, in reality. And this is a harsh environment to be without a car. There's so much comment, concern, angst over traffic. And I just did a quick, we always say we Googled it, so I Googled it. By the way, Palm Beach County, you have great Wi-Fi in this building. It's a 6-minute car drive to the nearest place to buy fresh food. That's Publix West on Lake Worth Road. It's a 14-minute bus trip or a 38-minute walking trip, one way. So as we're considering these developments, I would implore staff to find every opportunity to incentivize, whether this is traffic planning, how impact fees are applied, the greatest accommodation and consideration that we can to provide people with options to get to where they need to go. Because the way people live their lives, if they are living in affordable housing, is they don't have always the luxury that we all have to get in a car and turn a key and get to where we got to go, with that type of convenience. So as we think through the way to make these the highest quality living places that we can, that's something that we should consider, is how the built environment, the public realm around these projects is designed and maintained. Thank you.
Thank you. Real quick, there are 2 letters that we did receive today. Just want to make sure those are in our record, to make sure our commissioners saw them. Commissioner Stopik referenced them as well. So just want to make sure they are in our record here for our minutes.
Yeah, they're in the record.
Thank you. So my comments are, I think this is a great plan for this area. I think there is a access for the affordable housing piece. I think it's a better plan than it was before of a fast food restaurant. Traffic is better. Do I think that we have some better options for maybe the traffic and the turnaround? But I also think, looking at the map, as you said, Google it, as we're looking at, Commissioner Voss and I looking at the map, I think there are options and there's ways to make this work on the traffic piece. We need to trust the staff. I think, thank you, staff, and thank you, the applicant, for such a great job. But I think this is, I don't want to say, it's not perfect yet, but I think it's a great way to get started. And the fact that hopefully those 27 units stay there. You have the turnpike access. There are things all around there. There's activities, there's food, there's just, I think it's a great opportunity, and I look forward to, and hopefully my fellow commissioners agree with me and we get this approved today. All right, with that, if there's no other comments, yes?
Just quick clarification, Mr. Chair. In response to Commissioner Clemente's comment, yes, we strive all the time to try to put public transit closer to the affordable housing. This project, however, is a workforce housing, so there's less reliance on the public transit, though we try our best overall.
Great, thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
I said a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, so we're going to motion with conditions. Is that correct?
That's correct, with the staff conditions set forth on exhibits.
Okay, and we have a second. Did you get that, Precious? Yes. All right, any discussion? If not, I'll take a roll call vote, please.
John Carr,
Yes.
Marissa Laldas,
Yes.
Rafael Clemente,
Yes.
Richard Dunn,
Yes.
Rosie Matos,
Yes.
Brian Stenberg,
Yes.
Rick Stopik,
Yes.
Serge DeHady.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great, thank you. All right, moving on to the next line item on the agenda, Park West Commercial North. And if we could get from our applicant, please. Hello again.
Yes. Good morning. My name is Jennifer Morton with J. Morton Planning and Landscape Architecture, and I appreciate the opportunity to present the Park West Commerce North project. Also with me here today is Lauren McClellan. She's the Director of Planning for J. Morton, and then Alex Ehrenholtz, the Project Manager for Park West. Our engineer for the project is Brian Kelly with Simmons & White, and then our client, the applicant and property owner, is the O'Keen family, and Blaine O'Keen is here representing the O'Keen family. Just to orient everyone to the property, it is located on Atlantic Avenue, just west of the Florida Turnpike on the north side of Atlantic Avenue. The request that you have before you today is for a future land use amendment to go from AGR to AGR, to go to commerce with an underlying AGR. And as you look at the Atlantic Avenue corridor, the area west of the Florida Turnpike is within the Ag Reserve. And this corridor between the Florida Turnpike and State Road 7 has been developed with a variety of non-residential uses. The intersection of 441 and Atlantic Avenue is a long-standing industrial node in the Ag Reserve. And you can see from this map that there are industrial uses. There was the first multifamily project approved in the Ag Reserve, known as Reserve at Atlantic. You have several commercial uses located at the intersection of Lyons and Atlantic Avenue. And then we've identified Park West North, and it is 49.7 acres in size. You can see that the property has frontage on 3 roads. It has frontage on the Turnpike, Atlantic Avenue to the south, and then Starkey Road on the west. I did identify Park West South. That's the next application that you're going to hear, but for contextual purposes, I wanted to show where that property was. A little bit about the property owner. You may have heard that term, legacy farmer. Well, the O'Keen family has been in the nursery business since the 1980s. Mr. O'Keen purchased his first 10-acre site in 1981. He grew his nursery business, purchased an additional 32 acres, and really became the major supplier for some of the large retail stores in the area, Kmart, Kroger, Albertsons, and the business continued to grow and flourish. That gave him the ability to buy this property here. When he first purchased this property, it was 70 acres. Through the eminent domain process, the Florida Turnpike Authority acquired 20 acres through the eminent domain. It was a significant impact to our client to give up 20 acres of his land. His nursery went from 70 acres to just under 50. And then that was in 2004. Then in 2005, Hurricane Wilma hit Palm Beach County. He lost over 15 acres of nursery and greenhouse and plant material. And then in 2007, we had the Great Recession and the housing bubble burst. So it was difficult times in the nursery business. And then in 2009, a lot of the small growers were leaving the industry, and the industry was being consolidated into just a few large growers. Costa Nursery is one of those, based out of Miami, and they purchased the Morningstar inventory as well as all the retail clients. Mr. Keen held on to his property at this location. Right now, the property is currently being leased. They're growing field-grown material, and there is some cow and pasture land. This is an aerial showing the existing land uses in the area. You can see at the intersection of 441, which is on the western portion of the slide, and Atlantic Avenue, that is what they call the industrial node of the Ag Reserve. You can also see the other land use categories in the area. We have an MLU, we have ag land, and we have commercial. This request would change the land use from this property from AGR to AGR commerce. And commerce is a relatively new land use category. Just to refresh everyone's memory, and I know we have some new members on the board, but several years ago, land use requests were coming forward and they were asking for an industrial land use designation. Staff was conditioning the industrial request to be typically low intensity industrial uses, because under the current comp plan at that time, industrial included all categories of industrial, heavy industrial, intense, all the way to like office warehouse. So we have a new category called commerce, and the definition of commerce as a future land use designation is intended to accommodate light industrial uses, to provide an option for low trip generating non-residential and or employment generating uses on arterial roadways. Atlantic Avenue is an arterial. Industrial uses allowed shall be limited to those that demonstrate light industrial categories. So with the implementation of this land use category, staff developed the language. The board gave direction that it should apply to both the urban-suburban tier, and as it relates to the Ag Reserve, they put additional requirements on where this land use category could be requested in the Ag Reserve. So the those additional requirements, as the staff report indicated, we satisfy all of those requirements. We are requesting the commerce designation. The board required that those applications requesting commerce should have access and frontage either on Atlantic Avenue, on Boynton Beach Boulevard, or on 441. Our property has access on and frontage on Atlantic Avenue. It also required that a concurrent zoning application and conceptual site plan be submitted. We submitted our concurrent zoning application, and the site plan is being reviewed by the zoning department and all the agencies, actually. So they also established minimum and maximum acreage requirements. The minimum acreage for commerce is 3 acres. The maximum is 50. We are at 49.7 acres. And the final requirement was that the project shall be a planned development. We're requesting to rezone to an MUPD. And then there are preservation requirements associated with parcels larger than 16 acres. And so we are meeting our minimum preservation requirement of 13.7. In addition to the commerce land use requirements, we also are consistent with the Ag Reserve Master Plan that was developed in 1999 by a consultant that Palm Beach County hired at that time. That consultant had recommended that the intersection of Boynton Beach Boulevard and the Turnpike and the intersection of Atlantic Avenue and the Turnpike be designated as employment centers or industrial type uses. If you look at the intersection of Boynton Beach Boulevard and the Turnpike, that intersection has been developed. And in fact, the northwest corner of Boynton Beach Boulevard and the Turnpike received the first commerce land use designation and was approved by the Board of County Commissioners as commerce. The intersection is also developed with a CCRC on the south side and Logan Ranch residential. So that takes us to the Atlantic Avenue and Florida Turnpike intersection. We are proposing a similar type of development and a similar type use as BC Commerce on Boynton Beach Boulevard. We're also consistent with the comprehensive plan, as staff has indicated in their staff report. We meet all the criteria established by the Board of County Commissioners to be able to request commerce in the Ag Reserve. We are developing with light industrial uses that are low impact. And we are, the master plan consultant had recommended this specific location for that type of use. We're compatible with the corridor as there are a variety of non-residential uses along this corridor. We are located within the Alliance's, Delray Alliance's neighborhood district. We met with them on March 25th, and I think you'll hear from the president of the Alliance shortly, but we have had a lot of community outreach and look forward to continued involvement and ultimately support for the project. Public facilities and services impact, we meet all the public facilities requirement. Those of you that have been on the board for a while may remember this project coming through before as a mixed use. We needed a 3.5D exemption for traffic purposes. With the commerce use, we no longer need a 3.5D. We meet all of the future land use traffic requirements for this project and have support from Palm Beach County's Traffic Division. We will be working with the community on traffic for Atlantic Avenue and specifically the intersection of Starkey Road. But for a comp plan and land use change purposes, we do meet that requirement. As I mentioned, we have done community outreach. The Delray Lakes Estates is the residential development that is most impacted by the proposed project. We have had multiple email correspondence with the president of Delray Lakes Estates, and we actually presented to them last Wednesday. We had a very good meeting. They appreciated the fact that we had taken their concerns into account when designing this project and trying to think about what uses would be most appropriate for this corridor. They appreciated the fact that that we were doing the commerce land use category. Between now and when we're before the board, it's our hope that we would have a letter of support from Delray Lakes Estates. Right now, we're just working out the specific uses that we're proposing. In addition, the Alliance of Delray, we did a Zoom meeting with them, and I think you'll hear from the president, Lori Vineker, here shortly. Staff is recommending approval of our future land use amendment to commerce. We agree with the conditions of approval, and we respectfully request support, a recommendation of approval from this, from Planning Commission. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Can we please have staff presentation?
Yes, Dorian Belosa, our planner, will be presenting this and supplementing any information and answering any questions.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Dorian Belosa with the Planning Division, and the amendment before you today is Park West Commerce North. Before I begin with the details of the subject request, I want to take a moment to give you a brief overview of the Commerce Future Land Use Designation. The Ag Reserve Master Plan Consultants in 1999 recommended 2 employment centers sharing a maximum of 333,000 square feet of industrial development. These 2 locations were identified as within a quarter mile of Florida's Turnpike interchanges with Boynton Beach Boulevard and Atlantic Avenue. Following the master planning effort, the board did not concur with the consultants' recommendations on industrial and land use and directed that no new industrial future land use designations be permitted in the agricultural reserve. As there was no policy guidance in the comprehensive plan, staff consistently recommended denial of industrial request. During the discussion of the Sunflower Amendment requesting industrial in 2021, the board directed staff to establish light industrial future land use designation. The board subsequently adopted in 2022 a text amendment to establish the newly created Commerce FLU in the comprehensive plan with additional criteria for sites within the agricultural reserve tier. The Commerce FLU allows for light industrial uses that provide for low trip generating non-residential or employment uses on arterial roadways. This slide summarizes the policy requirements for commerce requests in the agricultural reserve tier, which requires that all new industrial requests be limited to the commerce designation. Sites are required to meet adopted location criteria, requiring frontage on State Road 7, Boynton Beach Boulevard, or Atlantic Avenue, or have access to those roads through an adjacent commercial or industrial site. Each CMR request must be reviewed alongside a concurrent zoning application and must meet minimum and maximum acreages and abide by preserve requirements. Preserves associated with CMR developments must be 40% of the total land area over 16 acres, less of right-of-way, and are allowed to have water management tracts if contiguous to the site. And the applicant must also demonstrate that the tract provides enhanced environmental features. Going back to the request, the subject site is shown here outlined in red and is located in the southeast corner of Atlantic Avenue and Starkey Road. The applicant is requesting to amend the future land use on approximately 51-acre site from AGR to commerce with the underlying AGR. The applicant is proposing approximately 775,000 square feet of self-service storage, fitness center, manufacturing and processing with accessory taproom, and warehouse with accessory office through the concurrent zoning application. In addition, the applicant is providing a 13.76 acre preserve area that is almost entirely proposed to be utilized for on-site drainage as water management tract. The site currently has agricultural and nursery uses. Parcels located north, west, and south of the subject site also have agricultural uses. East of the Flores Turnpike is the urban-suburban tier. South of the site is the Delray Lakes Estates community. Currently, there is one additional amendment in process in the immediate area, directly south of the subject site, Park West Commerce South, which is the next item you will hear. In addition, there is existing commercial development at the commercial node located at the intersection of Atlantic Avenue and Lyons Road, with commercial low and commercial low office land use designations along the corridor. Staff's assessment concluded that the site is consistent with the commerce policy requirements, including an on-site preserve, and is located along Atlantic Avenue, adjacent to the Florida Turnpike. The amendment is compatible as the request is consistent with the development pattern of the area and is in proximity to existing commercial and non-residential uses. The proposed conditions are to limit the development of the site based on trips generated by the proposed uses in order to comply with the provisions of Policy 3.5D, and to have the proposed land use amendment and concurrent zoning application heard at the same adoption hearing. For these reasons and those identified within the staff report, staff is recommending approval with conditions. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Stobic, do we have any comment cards?
We do. Oh, thank you. We do. I have 3 comment cards here, so I would call the first person up to podium 1 would be Robert Hartzell, if he'd be kind enough to join us, if he's available. And 2 minutes for presentation. And Mr. Jim Knight, if you'd like to go to podium 2, you'll be next. So, Mr. Hartzell, if you could just state your name and address for the record.
Good morning, Robert Hartzell, Hartzell Azeri, PA, 61 Northeast 1st Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. I represent Irish Acres, an equestrian facility located at 14375 Starkey Road, located in the county's protected agricultural reserve. We've provided a comment letter both on behalf of Irish Acres and on behalf of 1,000 Friends of Florida recommending denial. Irish Acres is a 60-acre premier horse boarding and equestrian facility. It has invested millions of dollars to create a state-of-the-art boarding and equestrian facility, including barns, trails, pasture, and on-site and off-site trails. The owner of Irish Acres is here today, Mr. Joe O'Donnell and his daughter, who's actually a veterinarian, a large animal veterinarian that works out of the Ag Reserve in Irish Acres. Irish Acres is particularly affected by this amendment because they share Starkey Road. As a means of ingress and egress, the trails, and are in fact neighbors. What happens on the subject property directly affects the function and operation of Irish Acres Equestrian Facility. Irish Acres has consistently spoke out about the ill-conceived plans to develop the subject property since the 2017 proposals. Irish Acres respectfully requests that the Planning Commission vote to deny Park West North and South amendments. As you know, the Agri-Reserve is a unique tier in the Palm Beach County Comprehensive Plan and protected from urban incursion and funded by county bonds and private investment. Allowing 770,000 square feet of industrial uses in this tier is contrary to the Comprehensive Fleet Policy 2.1.G to support and enhance agricultural and equestrian-based activities.
Thank you, sir. Apologize for having to cut you off. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We ask that you deny it.
Mr. Knight, and while Mr. Knight, Dr. Lori Vinegar, if you'd like to come up. There's Lori. To podium 1, please.
Morning, Chair, Vice Chair. Jim Knight, 740 Havana Drive, Boca Raton, Florida. Excuse my voice, a little bit of a bug going around.
Stay with
Anyway, I want to disclose that I am the broker for the property, and I have been for many years, working on this project here. I just want to put that on the record. I don't know whether it has a bearing or not, but I just want you all to know that. This property has gone through a number of different applications over the years. We finally hit the nail on the head. We meet all the comprehensive land guidelines, unlike was just mentioned before. It's a project that is 1/3 of the traffic that was proposed recently as a mixed-use development. And this board actually voted on a very similar project up there at Boynton, the Turnpike, back in 2023 with a unanimous support of 9-0. And that project also went in front of the Board of County Commissioners, and that was unanimously voted on there. It's for these reasons that we respectfully request your support for this project as it meets all the criteria of the comp plan, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, Lori.
Good morning, Commissioners. Yes, Lori Vinegar, 10626 La Reina Road, Delray Beach. I live in the Agricultural Reserve. I am a farmer in the Agricultural Reserve, and also I am president of the Alliance of Delray Residential Associations. There is so much I could say about the journey that this applicant has made over the years with this parcel of land. And like Mr. Knight said, they have hit the nail on the head. They've met all the criteria for commerce, which is a newer designation in the Agricultural Reserve, allowed along the Atlantic Avenue corridor here, where this parcel is. But there's also so little to say about this, because it is the best plan yet that we've seen with a vast decrease in traffic. Over a few months ago, there was another plan. This has come down 70% almost in traffic. We appreciate the applicants purchasing the south parcel, which we will talk about after, to align Persimmon and Starkey for better, safer control of traffic. This applicant has engaged with the community and continues to engage with the community, and we will expect that before the BCC meeting, they will even further engage with the community, and we do expect to have a letter, and the Alliance will be sending a letter to the BCC supporting this application and supporting the Delray Lakes Estates community as well, which is one of the Alliance's communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great to see you all.
Thank you.
Likewise.
Good to see you. Do we have any other comments?
That's it for the comment cards on this item.
Okay, I will turn to my commissioners. I'm going to start down there with Mr. Clemente first, but please remember, we're going to...
Chair, there's a hand up down there.
That's okay.
Do you have a comment card from Joe O'Donnell up there?
I do, but it's on 3A4. If you'd
He wants to speak on this item.
come on up. Okay, so he will not speaking on 3A4 then. This is on 3A3.
3A4, is it?
Yeah, he moved 3A4, so this will be 3A3. Okay.
Sorry, Commissioner Clemente, just give us 1 second.
That's fine.
Sorry for the confusion.
No worries. It's all good.
Joe O'Donnell, Starkey Road, the owner of Irish Acres, along with my daughter and wife. One of the really disconcerting things in listening to the Planning Department's presentation and listening to the planner that was hired to do this again, they've never mentioned agriculture. And this is the Agriculture Reserve. It's great they've talked to Delray Lake Estates. They should. However, they've never talked to us in spite of numerous reassurances by Paul O'Keen that he would work with us. Us means the group of farmers on Starkey plus 13 others. There's no talk in the plan about conditions related to agriculture. It's beyond my comprehension. You're in the ag reserve. Okay, there's a condition. 6,000 becomes 5,000. What does it have to do with once this guy was proposing 12,000 or 10,000? Nothing. But can you imagine the impact? Just imagine. You're sitting, or you're on a farm on Starkey Road, which the county commissioners numerous times have held up as an example of what the ag reserve is supposed to be. Can you picture literally thousands of semi-trailer trucks driving on an agriculture road mixed with tractors, all-terrain vehicles pulling plants, now bikers because of the developments around it, horses? It'll be a disaster. And that doesn't count the hundreds, or 100 or two, of trucks going in and out to buy product from the nurseries. On Starkey Road, you have Irish Acres if you just go from north to south. This development is right across the road from Irish Acres. It cuts us off from one of the main roads on our farm, literally cuts us off, and we own the land, and we won't be able to use it.
If you could wrap up, sir, the next few seconds.
Please understand, the developer had all the time they wanted. I just want
Not really.
to be able to explain to you so you can comprehend, because none of these other people have given you the picture of what actually happens on Starkey Road. Let me just, one more minute, please. I beg you. Starkey Road. You have Irish Acres, recognized as one of the premier horse facilities in all of South Florida. You have Florida's largest bougainvillea nursery. You have one of the largest bedding plants nurseries in Florida. You have a large tree nursery in Florida. There's a packing plant at the end of the street. And oh, by the way, the couple thousand acres that the county owns, that's how you get to it.
Okay.
On Starkey Road. So what happens?
Thank you very much, sir. And just to be clear, everybody was timed. Everybody does have a time limit. We gave you an extra minute, and thank you so much. The commissioners have heard you.
There's a lot of passion here.
Thank you, and we appreciate it, and thank you for coming. Thank you so much. Okay, Commissioner Clemente, we're going to start with, remember, this is for questions, and then we'll do comments afterwards, please. Thank you.
A couple of questions, and this might be for the applicant. Maybe Ms. Morton can answer this question. The portion that will be preserved, I think it was mentioned that that would be for water retention.
Yes, the northern portion of the project, 13 acres of the site, is set aside as preserve, and the policy allows us to also locate water retention in the preserve. It hasn't been finalized yet, but conceptually, yes, that's where the water retention would
So
be.
the site's 51 acres total.
Just under, it's actually 49 when you dedicate the right-of-way for the roads and for the Lake Worth Drainage District Canal.
And how much of that will be hardscape, roughly?
Oh, in the development area, or, well, we're required 0.35 FAR. We haven't, I don't know off the top of my head how much is hardscape versus
I'm just curious about the
impervious area.
I'm curious about the impervious area being drained into what is being called a preserve area, but ultimately will be a water retention area.
Mm-hmm.
And then my second question is the uses, particularly the fitness center and the tap and the brewery with a tap room.
Yes. Yes, these are uses that we've heard that the residents that live within the area, the Ag Reserve, yes, it is agriculture, but they also have residential development, they have commercial development. Well, the residents that live in the area, we've been told those are uses that they would like to see. So we're following through on, providing opportunities for those uses.
Thank you.
Crazy.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, Commissioner Matos?
Thank you. I have a question for the developer and the presenter in reference to the job opportunities and how they will reduce traffic impact. Can you please elaborate on that?
Sure. So a lot of the Ag Reserve has primarily been developed with residential housing. When projects come forward, there has been some commercial at specific nodes. And so by allowing a commerce use, you're allowing the people that currently live in the Ag Reserve to have job opportunities, work opportunities close to where they live. You also, more specifically, in order to service the residential community in that area, right now, a lot of those, your air condition service guy, your irrigation guy, they're east. And so they're driving into the Ag Reserve, they're servicing those communities, and then they're going back east. By locating this type of use office warehouse, it gives an opportunity for those businesses that serve this area to actually have their businesses close to their customers and their clients.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dunn. Any questions?
I have no questions this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Voss?
No question.
Thank you. Commissioner Stopek, any questions?
I do. For the applicant, and this is going to apply actually to this agenda item 4 and actually 5. I've been made aware of 2 bills that are moving through the legislature right now. Senate Bill 1730, and there's a companion bill, House Bill 943, which deal with real property land use development and all of the stuff that we're dealing with on these particular items for today. Are you aware of these? Have you been tracking these as they're going to apply to this project?
I'm not familiar with those bills. I just heard about that there are bills that deal with agricultural land, and I just heard about it yesterday at afternoon. So I will look into that. I'm not familiar
You and
with
me both. And that's my point. I mentioned this earlier. These 2 bills are going to greatly affect the land use of Park West North, South, as well as the West Point Ranch topic we're going to come up in a little bit. It's outside of the purview of this commission. I'm told by the county attorney. It would be on a personal level to defer these topics until after the legislature concludes, and if everything passes, goes into effect July 1, revisit it, because we may be coming back to this again in the future. Having said that, so I think these 2 pieces of legislation, which are very, very similar in nature and have been met with very strong support on both sides, seems like they're going to pass. And I think this is going to come back and affect all of this right now. So I just wanted to see if you were aware of that, or if you guys have had a chance to delve into it and see how it may affect the project, both north and south.
Well, we plan on looking into it, so thank you.
And I'll save my comment. I'll save my comments for when we get to the comment part.
I think a lot of times when legislation passes, it takes about a year to take effect and be applicable. So we would have to properly know the answer to this. We would have to know when she plans to bring this before the county commission for them to vote on it.
Right.
If I may, just, generally statutes do not apply retroactively, so it's highly unlikely that those statutes would apply to this particular application, since they're already in the process already. So.
Fair enough. And the only other follow-up question I had is the same one that I always have. How the hell is Atlantic Avenue going to handle any more traffic? I mean, I live on that road. I live on Dell and Meisner Preserve. I'm just a little bit south of Linton on Jog.
Sure.
But I'm up and down Atlantic all day long, and it is a frickin' nightmare. Lyons Road. I understand the county wants to put the tax collector's facility, if I'm not mistaken, or another facility on the southwest corner, which for the love of God, I can't understand why they'd want to put anything county ordinary there. But I just don't understand how this roadway can handle any more burden in its current form.
Well, our traffic.
Statement in the question, but,
Yeah.
but every time this project comes up and every time this parcel is in front of us, it's the same thing.
Well, we definitely, in the past, we have not met the 3.5D standards, but we do meet the traffic requirements for 3.5D. And the good news is Atlantic Avenue is in the process of being widened it's being widened from 2 lanes to 4 lanes, from Lyons to 441.
Okay, please, we please have consideration for us up here, please? Thank you.
Yeah, and for the record, Brian Kelly, traffic engineer with Simmons & White. And just to kind of further expound on what Ms. Morton was saying, the application in hand, it meets the comprehensive plan policy for traffic, which is the 3.5D that you've heard. In the past, the proposals have not actually met that and required an exemption. So this is much less intense from a traffic standpoint than previous applications where we now meet those comprehensive plan requirements, and that's why we are where we're at right now. To answer specifically on Atlantic Avenue, I know there's always concern about project delays and other items. There's a number of road improvements that are in the 5-year work program from both Palm Beach County and the FDOT. Lyons Road north of Atlantic Road from State Road 7 to Lyons is being widened from 2 lanes to 4 lanes, and from Lyons to the Turnpike is actually being widened from 4 lanes to 6 lanes. There's also some other improvements in the area, but specifically those are in the 5-year work program currently, and the Atlantic Avenue one is construction is commencing, or it's about to get started.
Okay, any further questions, Commissioner Stopik?
No, sir, thank you.
All right, Commissioner DeHady?
Yeah, my question is, how is this project going to impact the water quality and quantity in that area, or for grassy waters in this county?
Is that for the applicant or the? Both? Okay.
So when we, as far as the water management tracts that are located on the site, those water management tracts, a lot of times we try to create enhanced wetlands as part of the water management tract. So I don't really have specifics on this project yet. We're not into those details, but we are aware of that issue and we are working on that.
Anything from staff on that with the water?
Oh, yeah, sure. So one of the requirements for the preserve, if they do have a water management tract in it, is to include environmentally enhanced features. So as this is working through the process, the applicant provided a statement in their application as to what that's going to look like, and we'll be reviewing that and keeping an eye on it.
Great, thank you. Any further questions, Commissioner DeHady?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Stenberg?
None here, thank you.
All right, I believe that's all the questions. I think all the questions I had were answered. I'll move on to comments. Any comments? I'm going to start right back down here to Commissioner Clemente.
Thank you. I'm sympathetic, very much sympathetic to the residents that live in the area that want to see community serving business development. But at the same time, this is the Ag Reserve. Just looking at the aerial map and looking at that site that we are considering right now, it is 99% earth, dirt. And if we're going to keep chipping away in this fashion at the Ag Reserve, we are going to undermine the reason it was created. And the owner of Irish Acres, right? And I understand it may meet the criteria, it may meet all the criteria, but the owner of Irish Acres has been there for a long time, has invested a lot of money in their facility, in their business, as have their neighboring property owners. And I just don't think this is compatible. It's not compatible with the adjacent uses, which are the most effective properties in this case. And I just feel like it's going in the wrong direction.
Commissioner Reynolds?
I am concerned about how this will affect the traffic, Atlantic Avenue. I'm concerned about the community and how this will also have an impact on them. And I recommend that we look into those things, and that the presenters take time to continue working with the community to find some resolution prior to us moving forward.
Thank you. Commissioner Dunn.
I cannot phrase this into a question, but I have some concern. I agree with my fellow commissioners to my right. I think because it does conform to the comprehensive plan, and because staff, once again, I think did an admirable job of putting the written materials together, the review that they have presented to us, and based on the interpretation of our good planners, it does conform to the comprehensive plan. And it appears as though, in my way of thinking, that the two intersections at the Turnpike have been identified as locations for certain types of commercial enterprise, and then I think we need to give that solid consideration. I also want to admit or proclaim I'm a member of 1,100 Friends. I'm not one of the 1,000, but I'm down there towards the bottom. Anyhow, when I get their letters, I wish I would have had them in advance, and I wish that I could have had an opportunity to maybe myself talk to the folks who presented those letters. But I have actually not decided which way I'm going to vote at this moment. I know it's going to be coming up soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Voss, any comments?
I also have not quite decided how I'm going to vote yet. I understand the community is very, very passionate, and I weigh that heavily. I also do think that if we were going to come up with a project with an agricultural intent for this area, I mean, I can't think of projects that are more consistent with the cultural feel of the area in terms of commercial spaces. So I'm a little bit conflicted right now, and I'm not sure how I'm going to vote either.
Thank you. Commissioner Stopik, any comments?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner DeHady, any comments?
Nothing further, but I agree with Mr. Clemente.
Commissioner Stumberg.
I have nothing.
All right. The only comments I have, first of all, thank you again to staff. I know this is going to come up, and the applicant, I think they've done a great job on working around this. You know, it's really a shame, I believe, that we can't get everybody together yet. We're so close, right? Because we've seen this a few times. I've been here for a few years, but we're so close, and I'm torn as well. You know, this area, going to what Commissioner Dunn was saying, you know, that area right there next to the Turnpike, and hearing about having those, the access, and knowing what the availability is for what they're putting there for that, that we're talking about the HVAC, and there's many other things out there that are needed out for that piece of it. So I am too torn. I'm usually pretty well by the time the presentations are finished, and hearing from the public comments is so important. So thank you so much for coming out, because it does make a difference. Just so you know, it really does make a difference when we hear the public comment. But I think that when we hear, or when I hear, you know, the community's, you know, concerns, I think, and I looked at the traffic studies. I really always look at the traffic studies. I pull them up, and I love that I go to the links and try to understand them the best I can. But what I do know is that there is a plan to, there is stuff going on to try to improve the traffic out there. It's not always perfect. It's not always perfect, but I think we're headed in the right direction here. And I hope that we can come to a consensus here to get this ball moving forward. So with that, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion, unless you have another comment.
I did, but I can wait for the motion.
All right. Call it to the floor, please.
All right, just to further along, I would move to, for the agenda item 3A3, Park West Commerce North, move to accept it as submitted.
Great. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Great.
The comment.
Now we have a second. Do we have any discussion? Commissioner Stopik?
Just to follow up on what the chair just said a moment ago about the plans, what we find ourselves in, and this is what we find ourselves in often around here, is the cart before the horse. Maybe it's a great plan and it has merit, but in its present form, the roadways can't handle the volume of traffic. We see this all over the county. It's a nightmare, and it's always building it on the come that the road work will get done, the road will get done in a timely fashion, so on and so forth. So maybe the answer in this case, and in a lot of the other cases that come in front of us, is, you know what, get the infrastructure squared away first, then we can deal with the projects, because, you know, we all just lived through that Lyons Atlantic interchange disaster for 2.5, 3 years, and it was a disaster. And you know, they started digging and didn't find half the stuff that was underneath the roadbed until they got in there because it wasn't in the plan. So who knows what else you're going to find when you start digging and you start widening out these roads. These roads were, you know, first platted, you know, 80 years ago, sometimes longer. So my hesitation is that I think we just have to put a hard stop on projects before the infrastructure's in place. Put the infrastructures in, then consider projects, and it could open up a lot of opportunities for perhaps different kinds of projects. But we just can't keep building stuff and hoping the roads get done and hoping the schools get built and hoping fire rescue can get there in under 27 minutes. That I think is going to be, you know, the defining, you know, criteria in my head. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Go ahead. I'm going to start right down and come back this way. Thank you. Commissioner Clemente.
So I just want to be clear, the motion on the floor right now is a motion to approve?
Correct.
As submitted.
Right, so I'll add comments. And I agree with the, it would be wonderful if projects could, if approval would be dependent upon infrastructure being in place now, not in 5 years or 10 years down the road. That being said, I feel that beyond the traffic issues, the compatibility of this proposed development with the immediately adjacent uses just doesn't make sense to me. Whether or not this complies with the elements of approval that are necessary to greenlight it, it is going to impact its neighboring properties significantly. And I think we need to consider things beyond traffic. I think we need to consider character. I think we need to consider quality of life. And I think we need to consider significantly previous investments that were made by people and businesses to build their livelihoods and to live in a lifestyle that was promised when this plan was adopted and the Ag Reserve was put in place many, many years ago. I think these need to be carefully thought about in our decision-making process today.
Commissioner Matos, any discussion on the motion?
No.
All right. Commissioner Dunn.
Once again, I'm looking at our staff, our professional staff that prepared their comments. There are several items in the narratives that I've read that show how the proposal is in compliance with various aspects of planning concern. I'd still have concern when I understand something that's going to be impervious that has at least 700,000 square feet, I believe. That's the approximate 770,000 square feet of impervious surface. On the other hand, when the county board recommends 2 interstate intersections as the location where certain types of commerce is at least recommended by the comprehensive plan, I find that hard to reject. Mr. Clemente, when you identified the existing enterprises, families, people who live in the area appear to be strongly in opposition to that, that gives me a second thought. But I think, since I'm going to be required to vote here, I think I would have to vote with what the county board has given us the recommendation about. So I appreciate everyone who came out today, but I also appreciate the staff and how hard you worked to put together the documentation that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Voss?
No comment.
Great. Commissioner Steinberg, any comments or discussion regarding the motion?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Commissioner DeHady, any discussion?
Sure. As I was going through the application, obviously the area, the land use right now is for the Ag Reserve. Sorry. As I was going through the application, I just noticed that the land use right now is for the Ag Reserve, and this application is to put in a warehouse, self-storage, and a fitness center, and I just don't see how that fits into this area and location. And again, when, piggybacking off of Mr. Clemente, when you look around, it's all farmland or earth, and we need to, in my opinion, keep a lot of our earthy land here in Florida so that we have good quality water going into the future, and that's all I wanted to add to this discussion.
Great. Thank you. Commissioner Stopik, any further comments?
No, Chair.
I think we already asked that, but I figured I'd give you another shot. My only comments on this is I do appreciate staff and the applicant, but we're to the point of trying to get everything in place prior to understanding being in sometimes in certain businesses it takes time to get things completed, and if we don't put certain items like this in place now, by the time everything else gets running, if it was the perfect world, sure, let's get the roadways perfect before there's a long time to get things completed. There's a process. I hate to call it the red tape, but there's a lot of red tape to get something completed through the process of any community. It's not just Palm Beach County. I do business all over the country, and I will tell you, it takes a long time. So if we waited just for everything to be ready, a friend told me one time, I remember when I was 18 years old, I said, I don't think I'm ready to have a kid. He goes, you'll never be ready. And I think a month later, my wife was pregnant. But the bottom line is that it will never be ready, right? The perfect will never be completely ready. But I think that I do think that this is, they've met the requirements. We keep asking them to go back and change it, and they've come back. We have support of the Delray Alliance. The Delray Alliance has supported it. I understand it's going to, we can never make everybody happy, but we have support this time that we didn't have in the past. The staff is proven with the conditions. So I agree with Commissioner Dunn. I think hopefully we can get this moving forward. It's going to keep coming back, just so we know. It's going to keep coming back, and let's hope we can get this rolling. So with that, if there's no other discussion, I'd like to call it to vote. Any further discussion? Precious, let's do a roll call, please.
Yes. The roll call is for approval with conditions. John Carr?
Yes.
Larissa Laudas?
Yes.
Rafael Clemente?
No.
Richard Dunn.
Yes.
Rosie Matos.
No.
Brian Stenberg.
No.
Rick Stopik.
No.
Serge DeHady.
No.
Motion fails.
Okay, yep, I was going to suggest, we're going to take a, Commissioner, we're going to take a, is it okay if we take a quick 5-minute break? We got a few more agenda items. Thank you. All right. Want to wait?
Yeah, next month.
Yeah.
Yeah, next month.
There's going to be a lot of, that's what they're all here for, so.
Been around, she's got the most tenure at this point. For her with Brian. That doesn't mean anybody else, obviously.
Yeah, Vinicor will stay for Lorena. I don't think all those other people are going to stay for that.
You're not behind the scenes telling everybody.
Okay, good morning. We're going to get back started. Mr. Attorney, is there anything I need to do to officially get back started?
Nice meeting you.
You just can call the meeting to order again.
Thank you.
Assert thyself.
You don't want me to do that.
You need a gavel.
That's right.
You got to get your gavel.
Okay, we're ending the quick break here. It's 11:28. We're going to call the meeting back to order. All the commissioners are still here. Nobody left. Next item on the agenda is going to be Park West Commerce South, item 3A5. Is that correct? Yes. 3A4. 3A4, sorry.
Okay. Well, good morning again. Jennifer Morton with J. Morton Planning and Landscape Architecture. I have the same team here that I mentioned earlier. And just to orient everyone, this is the project called Park West South, again located on the south side of Atlantic Avenue. We are requesting the land use designation of commerce on this side. A couple of things I picked up from the previous application's discussion. Just want to point out that the Ag Reserve is 22,000 acres. It's a tier in the one of 5 tiers in Palm Beach County. Within that tier system, the county spent the bond money, and there is almost 13,000 acres in preservation. And so there is preservation land identified in the Ag Reserve. The other thing I want to point out is that all these new residential communities that have been developed in the Ag Reserve, at one time the land looked just like that, was farm fields. So, you know, the Ag Reserve master plan, the Ag Reserve always intended for there to be a mix of uses, commercial, residential. They actually designated a historic industrial node at the corner of Atlantic Avenue and 441. So when you look at that map, all those residential communities, except for Delray Lakes Estates, which we are working with, they were all large farmers. Bednar, Whitworth, Mecca, all farmed in the Ag Reserve. So the county, the tier system, allowed for development in the Ag Reserve. The county spent the bond money, and then the remaining land is being developed. So I just want to make that clear, because I think during the last conversation, I felt like that was missing. And so when you look at this map, you can see that development has occurred along Atlantic Avenue, what were previous farmland parcels. The Park West South site is located on the south side of Atlantic Avenue, just west of the Florida Turnpike. It is surrounded by Delray Lakes Estates. Delray Lakes Estates has been there since the early 80s. It's the most directly impacted community. It abuts the property on the east, the south, and the west side. The north side of this site abuts Atlantic Avenue. If you look at these land use categories and this land use map, you see that people came forward prior, over the last 20 years, requesting land use changes to commerce, to industrial, to commercial, to multiple land use MLU, to provide to create the community within the ag reserve. You have single family homes, you have preserve land, you have a Publix, you have a Joseph's Market, you actually have a corporate headquarters for Horbiger, which is a manufacturing and processing facility located on the south side of Atlantic Avenue. So as community needs these services, you will try to locate those services along these major corridors. And then from the density and intensity is usually located along the corridor. And then as you go out from that corridor, becomes less dense, less intense. Again, you can see the site here on the location map. We are requesting to change that land use to commerce. I already went through what the definition of commerce is. Again, it's a very low intensity, light industrial use. Commerce has been approved along corridors in the Ag Reserve in the past. It's meant to be a low trip generating use. We meet the criteria for the commerce land use request. Staff, as well as our application, justified why commerce makes sense in this location. Staff supports our request and is recommending approval. We meet all the requirements of the comprehensive plan. We have done a significant amount of community outreach. This area is under the guidance of the Alliance of Delray. And so you just heard from Dr. Lori Vineker on the prior project. She represents the communities in this area. She has her pulse on what the residents are looking for. And you heard her speak in support of the transmittal of our application. And I mentioned that we are working with Delray Lakes Estates, which is our most impacted community. And I'm going to skip to, I have some slides. So traffic, I know, was a discussion last time on our prior application. Atlantic Avenue is in the process of being widened. You heard that from our traffic engineer. You would hear verification from Palm Beach County's traffic engineer. It's going from 2 lanes to 4 lanes west of Lyons Road between... That's
what you just said.
And then from Lyons Road to the Florida Turnpike, it's going from 4 lanes to 6 lanes. That is under construction. The eminent domain process has already occurred. You'd see barrels out there, and it is happening. So that is going to be happening concurrent with our request. The other thing that we are doing as part of our application is we are improving the intersection of Starkey Road and Atlantic Avenue. Our client purchased this 10 acres south of his original Morning Star Nursery. The prior intersection of Starkey Road and Atlantic Avenue, you had to make U-turns at that intersection to get around. With the approval, if these projects are approved, our client is willing to align Starkey Road with Persimmon and get a traffic light at this location. We're working with FDOT right now on this alignment. So not only do we meet the 3.5D traffic performance standards, we have support from staff. We're working on a site plan that meets all the Palm Beach County requirements. We're also doing almost $4 million in roadway improvements at this intersection. And I think that's an important point to make. I was gonna, and there are other roadway improvements that are coming online. I mean, you can't do everything at once, but the county has funding for additional roadway improvements. In conclusion, this is the first step in a 2-year approval process. The land use is really the highest level. It tells you all the different zoning categories you can ask for. It kind of is like the umbrella to what you can do on a piece of property. Once the land use is determined, then the zoning is put in place, the details of the site plan are worked out, a detailed traffic study based on a site plan is submitted and reviewed by county staff. And it takes time to work your way through that process. So we're at step 1. And I just would respectfully request that you support the staff recommendation of approval, support the Alliance of Delray, who represents the residents in this area, recommending approval to transmit, and that this application could go forward with your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have staff presentation, please?
Yes, again, Dorian will be presenting this.
Good morning, Commissioners. Hello again. I'm Dorian Belosa with the Planning Division, and the amendment before you today is the Park West Commerce South. The subject site is shown here outlined in red and is located at the southeast corner of Atlantic Avenue and Persimmon Avenue. It is south of the site you just heard. The applicant is requesting to amend the future land use on the 9.59 acre site from AGR to Commerce with underlying AGR. The applicant is proposing to develop approximately 146,200 square feet of warehouse with accessory office and includes the realignment of Persimmon Avenue and Starkey Road through the subject site. In looking at the surrounding land uses, to the south and east of the site are single-family homes and Delray Lakes Estates with agricultural reserve future land use designations. Further to the east across Florida's Turnpike are urban land uses within the urban-suburban tier, including commercial and medium to high residential designations. And as previously mentioned in the last presentation, there is existing commercial development at the commercial node located at the intersection of Atlantic Avenue and Lyons Road with commercial low and commercial low office, future land use designations along the corridor. And north of the site, you heard previously. Staff's assessment concluded that the site is consistent with the commerce policy requirements and is located along Atlantic Avenue. The amendment is compatible as the request is in proximity to existing commercial and non-residential uses and is consistent with the development pattern of the area. Staff is recommending a condition of approval to have the proposed land use amendment and concurrent zoning application heard at the same adoption hearing. For these reasons and those identified within the staff report, staff is recommending approval with conditions. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Stopik, do we have any comment cards from the public?
We do. I'm not sure if podium mic 1 is working, so let's have Jim Knight, if you're still here, to podium 2, followed by Lori Vinegar at podium 2. Unless we get number 1 working again.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jim Knight, still at 740 Havana Drive, Boca Raton, Florida. I'm a native of Palm Beach County. I'm quite surprised that there's comments that are coming forward. First of all, I think it's very rude and disingenuous for the people to be clapping and so forth. I just think that's just common courtesy, right, to one another. But anyway, if you go back in time, 1984, Paul O'Keen bought this property. He was running his businesses for many years. 2014, Irish Acres comes on board, right? Many developments happened in the neighborhood subsequent to him buying this property, running a business there. Unfortunately, things changed for him. There's 34 square miles that makes up the agricultural reserve. When the bond issue was passed, 60% of that was to be preserved. Today, 13,000 acres are preserved. They're not going anywhere. Those are preservations that are on them. This individual chose not to sell his development rights. He held on to them. GL Homes came in and purchased most all the development rights in this area. That's why you have roughly 12,000 units being built out there right now. I think it's not fair to turn around and say to this individual who held in there, did everything he's supposed to do, has made multiple applications over probably about 7, 8 years now, and we meet all the criteria, we meet the traffic and everything else. These roads are being widened. You can just go out there and see them. And I just think it's to give them a fair opportunity to move their project forward. We've met with Delray Lakes Estates. I'm not sure these people are all the neighbors that live in the immediate community. And keep in mind, some of these people that are going to be speaking later today sat up and supported, even on this board, sat on this board and supported the same exact development at Boynton and the Turnpike. I think it's important to take those things into consideration. Again, 13,000 acres preserved in perpetuity. Thank you for your time. I hope you support this.
Thank you, Jim. Okay. And Lori.
Good morning again. Lori Vinacore, 10626 Lyrena Road, Delray Beach, in the Agricultural Reserve. I'm a farmer, as I said, equestrian, and also exotic fruit trees. And I am president of the Alliance of Delray Residential Associations. We have been shown this project. This looks really terrific because of it being, we've been told that it's going to be a luxury car storage area, and I've seen this. I've seen one that was built up in North County, and it's a very, very low traffic generator. This should be this will be the best use for this land, and we are very happy that this 10 acres was purchased by this developer and this owner of the north parcel, because they are going to align Persimmon and Starkey. It will make it much safer, and we hopefully will get a traffic light. It will be warranted. So this is this area, Atlantic Avenue, CMR designation, commerce designation, and this fits in with it. Please initiate this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further comment cards, Commissioner?
Not on this item.
All right. We'll go ahead and start with questions for either the applicant or staff, and I'll start with Commissioner Voss. How about that?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Dunn?
Yes, I am in favor of this project, and I'll be voting yes on it. But I think it's different from the previous project. First, the size, the alignment of the intersecting streets. Anyway, that was my comments. Again, I appreciate the staff for their efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Commissioner Matos?
No questions. Thank you.
Questions, Commissioner Clemente?
Yes, and I think it's a question for the applicant. The use on the site will be luxury. It's a warehouse, basically, right?
Yes. Like the hangar here in West Palm Beach.
Right.
That's what we're proposing.
And if that doesn't go forward, if that's proposed now and that doesn't go forward, and this will be a question for staff, say this project gets scrapped for whatever reason, the luxury car market evaporates,
In Boca?
What happens on the site then? Can they put anything else that would be allowed under the light industrial?
Yes, unless there's a condition of approval limiting them to specific uses, they would be open to whatever allowable uses are within the Unified Land Development Code under commerce designation.
Right, so as this came to staff, the proposed development as stated today is what is being proposed and is being considered for approval.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Steinberg, any questions?
I have a question for Ms. Morton. Thank you. So I heard, I know we're not here to discuss what the potential use is, but if the plumber or the landscaper or the roofing guy or so that's going to service homes in that area or other businesses, they would potentially be able to go in there if it's not used as a luxury car place.
That is correct, but the intent for, since my client owns both pieces, were those uses were going on the north side. This south side being a low traffic generating use, again, working with Delray Lakes Estates, that was the preferred use for the south side. So, we are limiting, one of the reasons why I don't think we have our letter of support yet is we're identifying the uses that are going on the south side and then those that we were proposing on the north side. And really it works together as, both projects aligning Starkey with Persimmons. It was kind of an overall plan, but the applications being were divided because Atlantic Avenue, separated the north side from the south side. Mm-hmm. So it was really kind of a package deal. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? Commissioner DeHady?
None.
Questions, Commissioner Stopik?
No questions at this time, just the same comments and concerns I had with the prior project. I think they're hand in hand. Thank you.
Great. All right. Any comments? We're going to go right along, moving forward. Any comments, Commissioner Stopik? We're going to go backwards.
None at this time. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner DeHady?
None.
None here. Thank you.
Commissioner Voss?
I do think that we need to be very cognizant and cautious about the type of construction that we have in the Ag Reserve. I like the last project because it had a agricultural nature. I don't know if I necessarily see that here. That being said, I'm still weighing all the evidence. Thank you.
Commissioner Dunn, any comments?
One additional comment, I guess I would say, is I think in relative less traffic generated, I think, is an important feature here. There may be other important features I'm missing, but I think that's one of them, and I think it is substantially different. For example, the road straightening and the traffic, I'm not sure how the traffic is going to be finalized, but apparently there seems to be cooperation going forward in that area as well. The traffic light is what I'm thinking about, and the straightening of the roads. Thank you.
Commissioner Matos, any comments?
No comments at this point.
Commissioner Clemente, any comments?
Actually,
I agree that this is different than the previous application. I still fear death by 1,000 cuts for the Ag Reserve, but I will suggest, if I'm able to do this, that we consider a motion for approval that adds the condition that the existing use be what is approved, and if the applicant wants to change the use to something else, that they have to go through the process again for a different approval, if that is something that can be added in.
Mm-hmm. I don't believe we can, but I'll defer to the attorney. I believe we can make a suggestion, but I don't believe we can, but I'll defer to the attorney or the planner.
I did have a question.
Well, we can't add a condition that's going to make them come, once you approve the future land use, then if they're going to change the use, they'll go through a zoning process to do that. So as long as the use is allowed within the future land use that you've approved.
So I'll just add, and then I'll stop there. But I guess my concern is that if the community has been shown A, and there is support or opposition, and then the project doesn't come to fruition, and the zoning, the change is allowed, and then B comes to fruition, what assurances do the community stakeholders and staff, for that case, have that, we've gone through the process based on what was presented today? That's just my only question. I guess that is a question more than it is a comment.
Can I get in?
I believe that would be through zoning, correct?
Right, somebody,
Yeah.
I would think staff should weigh in on that.
Yeah.
That is.
I think what would happen is it's going to go through the zoning application process too. That's going to lock in the site plan and the use and the zoning. So at that point, if they came back later and changed that, then they would have to come through a development order amendment process, most likely.
Which would require notice and hearings, and so
Right, public.
they would get, the neighbors would get an opportunity to know about it.
Great. I think Commissioners, anything further, Commissioner Clemente?
No, sir.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Stopick. I know you had
Yeah,
another comment.
apologize. I just had a question that came into my head after hearing some of the discussion. So if the intention is to align Persimmon and Starkey Road, I'm not sure who has to respond to this or who can respond to this, but has the adjacent property owner, that large block, consented to this or has been involved in this? Has traffic weighed in on it? I assume that would be a signaled intersection, given its proximity to both the Turnpike. There's no signal west of the Turnpike that I can recall. It's east of the Turnpike, and then the next closest signal would be at Lyons Road. So what's all involved with that alignment?
So the alignment, as far as the right-of-way needed, our client owns that 10-acre site, so the road bisects that property and aligns with Delray Lakes Estates. There are no other property owners, so it's just like a private, would be an agreement between Delray Lakes Estates and our client. With the alignment, of course, the county would ultimately approve that alignment.
So you're talking about shifting Persimmon east?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. I was looking at the north side of Starkey going west. So you'd be shifting Persimmon east?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
And there's no residences in there at all? That's
No.
open? I got you. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anything further? If not, I'll take a motion. Entertain a motion.
I think we already have one.
No, nobody's made a motion.
Nobody made a move? Oh.
Yes, Commissioner Dunn.
I move we accept the staff recommendation.
Great. Second, do I have a second?
I'll
I second it.
Commissioner Matos, so second. Is there any further discussion? Only discussion I have is I want to thank the applicant for a very good clarification of the difference between the two and some of the questions that we had brought up. It definitely helped me. Thank you. All right. If there's any other further discussion, if not, we'll call it to a roll call vote. Precious, please.
The vote is to approve with conditions. John Carr.
Yes.
Larissa Laudaz.
Yes.
Rafael Clemente.
Yes.
Richard Dunn.
Yes.
Rosie Matos.
Yes.
Brian Stenberg.
Yes.
Rick Stopick.
No.
Serge DeHady.
No.
Motion passes.
Okay. Thank you,
6-2.
everyone. All right. Next on the agenda is item number 5, West Boynton Ranches. If we could please have the applicant come up to give their presentation.
That one, perfect. Okay, it's still morning. So, good morning, Planning Commissioners. I am Lauren McClellan with J. Morton Planning and Landscape Architecture.
On behalf of the applicant, I will be presenting the West Boynton Ranches Comprehensive Plan Amendment. With me today are Jennifer Morton and Alex Ehrenholtz from J. Morton Planning and Landscape Architecture, as well as Scott Backman with Miskel Backman, Chris Hagan with Kimley Horn and Associates, our traffic engineer, and our client Darren Montgomery. So the request before the commission is a future land use amendment from agricultural reserve to essential housing with an underlying agricultural reserve. The properties subject to the request are a 29.35 site located on the south side of Boynton Beach Boulevard, approximately 1/2 mile west of Lyons Road. This 29-acre property consists of the 40% development area, as well as a portion of the preserve area. The remaining preserve area is a 3-acre parcel, it's off-site preserve, is a 3-acre parcel located south of Happy Hollow Road, between Lyons Road and Smith Sunday Road. So next I just want to talk a little bit about the Ag-Reserve tier and the Ag-Reserve master plan. So this is a map showing the boundary of the agricultural reserve tier. As you've heard, this tier is roughly 22,000 acres and generally located between the Florida Turnpike, the Loxahatchee Wildlife Refuge, Hypoluxo Road, and Clint Moore Road. And you can see our property there highlighted in green. So in 2000, a master plan was prepared for the Ag Reserve. This master plan anticipated that there would be a variety of housing types within this area, within this tier. However, in order to develop the townhomes and the multifamily, a higher density than 1 unit per acre is necessary. The Board of County Commissioners recognized the need for higher density and that additional housing options were needed in the Ag Reserve tier, as only the housing that's there is single family and very expensive homes. Per page 8 of the staff report, following board direction, staff proposed changes to the comprehensive plan to develop a new higher density future land use option in order to facilitate workforce housing in the Ag Reserve tier. On August 25th, 2022, the board adopted the essential housing future land use designation to provide a higher density category with both a workforce housing requirement as well as a preserve requirement. So the board went on and further identified specific location for parcels that could be designated as essential housing. You can see the red line on the plan. It is along Atlantic Avenue from the along Boynton Beach Boulevard from the Turnpike to 1/2 mile west of Boynton Beach Boulevard. So the parcels that are in green are existing preserve parcels, and the parcels highlighted in blue are the eligible parcels. So just to point out, you have BC Commerce, which was approved 2 years ago for commerce. You have Erickson CCRC, which was approved 2 years ago for congregate living facility. And then you have Logan Ranch, which is the only existing approved essential housing project currently in the Ag Reserve. The site is the last parcel that would be eligible within this corridor of the Boynton Beach Boulevard. I want to point out that this corridor of Boynton Beach Boulevard has hospital, it has multiple schools, it has commercial, it has, I think I said several schools already, it has a county park and library, and there's also a palm train route along Boynton Beach Boulevard. All the makings of a perfect area for workforce housing. So just to summarize essential housing and the initiatives to develop more attainable housing options in the Ag Reserve to date. So the board created the essential housing category the board gave direction to create the essential housing category November 3rd, 2021. That future land use was created and adopted August 25th, 2022. So the need for essential housing, workforce housing, the housing crisis was officially recognized by the voters in this county November 8th, 2022, and the housing bond was voted on. August 24th, 2023 was the approval of the first essential housing project, Logan Ranch. So Comprehensive Plan Policy 1.51T states that essential housing may be developed at a density of 8 dwelling units per acre, provided that the subject size, preserve area, and minimum requirements for the 60/40 AGR PUD are met. So now I'm going to discuss how the proposed project meets those requirements and is there eligible for the EH designation and the density of 8 dwelling units per acre as deemed appropriate by the Board of County Commissioners. So policies 15H1 and 151J list out all of the criteria. That criteria is that you need to have a concurrent zoning application. That concurrent zoning application was submitted 2/19/2025 to the zoning board. To the zoning division. They are currently reviewing that. That the development area have a maximum area of 40% and the preserve area be a minimum of 60%. The proposed project meets both of those requirements. Project has to be a minimum of 30 acres. This project in total is approximately 32 acres, so it meets that requirement. The development and preserve areas can be contiguous or they can be off-site preserve. This proposed project has contiguous as well as off-site preserve, as you saw earlier at the presentation. There is a requirement for 25% of the units to be provided as workforce. We are providing that 25% workforce on site. And then the other requirement is that you have to have a variety of housing heights. Our concurrent zoning application is proposing 2- and 4-story buildings. So next I want to briefly discuss the traffic impacts. So as discussed on page E14 of the staff report, this proposed application meets the county's requirements and review criteria as required per policy 35D. Further, the Traffic Division issued a letter confirming that the application meets those 35D requirements for the proposed EH request. So our team has held multiple outreach meetings with the community. So going back to 2024, we met with Valencia Reserve. They are the community that directly abuts this property. Our client actually owns several properties in the area, so we met with them about some ideas that our client had for various properties, this parcel being one of those. We met with them in 2024, and then we started meeting in 2024, yes. Excuse me. And then following submittal of the concurrent zoning application and site plan application, our team met with Valencia, as well as the president of COBRA and the Growth Management Members Committee in order to further refine the proposed site plan. Those meetings happened earlier this year, March, and then April 1st. And then subsequently yesterday, we had a meeting on site with one of the 5-acre homeowners to the west of the property. So the application before you today for this future land use amendment to essential housing meets all of the criteria to recommend approval. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan as it meets the criteria for essential housing. It's consistent with the ag-reserve tier policies per the Board of County Commissioner direction. It is compatible with the surrounding area per staff and the BCC direction. It's consistent with the county overlays, plans, and studies. Again, the master plan always contemplated that this area would have townhouses and multifamily. To date, none have been developed. And then it meets the public facilities and service impacts. It meets the traffic. Again, I mentioned that there's a Palm Tran route along Boynton Beach Boulevard. So I want to mention that the ag reserve tier is 22,000 acres. Just for reference, 22,000 acres, that is the size of the city of Boca Raton. So since the creation of the Ag Reserve Master Plan, the only housing developed in this area has been single-family homes. I want to point out in 2020, a 2-bed, 2-bath house sold starting at $518,000. And today, that same house now starts at $1.18 million. That is a 130% increase in home values in just 5 years. And while there's only one rental community currently developed in the Ag Reserve that is for farm worker housing, there are no other multifamily rental communities in the Ag Reserve to serve the retail, the restaurant, the hospitals, and other service industry workers currently developed. Rents for other rental communities in the county have increased 41% from $1,700 a month in 2020 in the county to about $2,900 a month today. So yes, There is a need for workforce housing, but with single-family home prices at $1 million, there is clearly a need for other housing options. So Boca Raton, remember it's the same size. I'm pretty sure that they have varied projects. They have multifamily, they have townhomes, they have single-family. So why shouldn't the Ag Reserve if they're the same size? Staff is recommending approval of this land use amendment to EH, as it's consistent with all of the criteria. The applicant is in agreement with the conditions of approval. We respectfully request a recommendation of approval from this board. And in summary, I just want to note that we have several letters of recommendation from other businesses and property owners along this corridor. They're small business owners. They are concerned about having employment opportunities within proximity to their businesses. So I'm just going to read a couple of the most impactful points written in these letters. So the first is Brett Gelsomino. He was the original developer for Logan Ranch. He said the need for workforce housing in western Palm Beach County remains pressing. The West Boynton Ranches project is consistent with the intent of essential housing. The Boynton School property, that is the property owner for the Somerset School, which is directly across the street from the property. Their letter said, over the years I've observed the increased difficulty for many of our community, especially essential workers such as teachers, to find homes that allow them to live close to their workplaces and schools. The location is ideal. Housing close to schools, major employment centers, and vital transportation routes support responsible development practices. It helps ease traffic congestion, lowers commute times, and aligns with the county's goals for a more inclusive, sustainable future. Sam Coe, he was here earlier, he had to leave. He is the owner of Three Amigos. It's a small convenience store and restaurant that is to the west of the property. He said with rising housing costs across Palm Beach County, there's a clear and growing need to create options for working families, young professionals, and essential workers who are being priced out of the neighbors they serve. Essential housing, when done right, enhances a community, not just providing homes, but by adding diversity and supporting a sustainable future. Malcolm Butters with Butters Construction and Development. He is the developer for BC Commerce, located at the intersection of Boynton Beach and the Turnpike. He said, we hear time and time again from local employers, families, and public servants who are struggling to find housing that is affordable, accessible, and close to where they work. This development directly addresses that need by creating homes for essential workers who help our schools, keep our schools running, our hospitals staffed, and our streets safe, and our businesses operating. And then finally, we did present to the Housing Leadership Council. The Housing Leadership Council reviewed the project according to their endorsement criteria and unanimously voted to support the application. The Ag Reserve is 2,200 acres and has been only developed with single-family homes. It was never meant to be exclusively for single-family homes, and this project would help remedy the current homogeneous exclusionary development pattern. I do want to thank you for your time this morning. If you have any questions, I'm here with the rest of the team. I would also request a few minutes to speak following public comment.
Thank you. Staff presentation?
Yes. Mr. Bryce Van Horn, our senior planner, will be the project manager and the presenter.
Great, thank you.
Good morning, Bryce Van Horn with the Planning Division. I think at the risk of being extremely repetitive on my presentation, the agent covered almost verbatim. Exactly what our presentation would cover. She went over the history of the Ag Reserve, the requirements for the density, the single-family development pattern with the development options that are in the Ag Reserve, the commercial that's been approved at the two major intersections in the Ag Reserve, which did have multifamily that was approved but never built. So essentially the Ag Reserve developments, mostly 60/40, have been single-family development. She also went over the history of the EH amendment, its purpose, adoption in 2022, So I don't think I'll repeat all of that. All of the requirements that are required for the EH amendment, including the location requirements, the specific policy criteria, the minimum of 30 acres, the 60% preserve, the 25% of all the units are required to be on-site workforce housing, the varied stories that are required in the development, the frontage on Atlantic or Boynton Beach within the extent Turnpike to a half mile west of Lyons Road. And again, there's a site. This is the main site. Just over 32 acres is the total acreage of both the on-site and off-site, but this is the development area and the contiguous preserve area south side of Boynton Beach Boulevard, just west of quarter mile west of Lyons Road. And then the off-site preserve, it's about 4 miles south of the other area, 3 acres, proposes off-site preserve. And then, of course, this is an amendment to from AGR to the essential housing with a required concurrent zoning application, rezoning to an AGR PUD, which is a zoning district, 259 multifamily units in the development area. So Ms. McClellan went over some of the surrounding uses. This is essentially the same map. There's a subject site again. Within the red arrows, that's the extent of the location criteria from the Turnpike to half mile west of State Road of Lyons Road. As you can see, it's within that extent. The Somerset Academy was mentioned. That's that blue site right there across to the north. Place of worship, that's Boynton Beach Community Church. The hospital, Bethesda West Hospital, is just west of that. And the two commercial sites that were mentioned, the commercial sites that were mentioned, one is the Canyons Town Center at the southeast corner of Lyons and Boynton Beach Boulevard. There's also the Cobblestone Commercial Shopping Center. Canyons is one of the first mixed use, what were termed traditional marketplace developments with approved multifamily that was never built. It has preserve area, that site in blue, 2 county district schools in that preserve area, and then the other preserve area that's part of it is a county park. And again, the Logan residential, which was mentioned by Ms. McClellan, the first and only EH amendment approved in 2023. And then just to the east of that, what you see in blue, this Erickson Senior Living institutional future land use with congregate living facility future land use. And then to the north, again, is you heard a lot about CMR. This is the BC Commerce site, one of the commerce sites that was approved in the Ag Reserve, and you heard a lot on the last amendment about CMR. So just to go directly adjacent to the site to the west are a number of 5-acre tracts. Some of those are in preserve. Some of those have single-family homes. Some of those have what we term as farm residences in a with preserve area surrounding those farm residences. Essentially, they're single-family homes, but they're cut out of the preserve area 5-acre tracts. And then a large 145-acre preserve area that's further west. It's preserve area for one of the original GL Homes communities, Canyon Isles, which is east of Acme Dairy. So for staff's assessment, staff's assessment is that the amendment is consistent with the essential housing future land use as it meets the criteria established by the board, including the locational and acreage criteria, and is proposing 60% preserve area, both as contiguous and non-contiguous. In addition, the amendment introduces a higher density development in the tier with a 25% on-site workforce housing requirement, furthering county directions and increasing housing diversity in the tier. The site's location is consistent with the board's direction to focus higher densities on major corridors in proximity to the existing commercial and other non-residential uses in the corridor. In regards to compatibility, the amendment is consistent with the character of the area in close proximity, as the agent mentioned, several schools, county park, library, the commercial, light industrial commerce. Those specific compatibility issues that might arise with adjacent surrounding uses because the zoning application is required concurrent with this will be further reviewed during that process. As you can see in Exhibits 1A and 1B, staff is proposing several conditions that the applicant is in agreement with. Cap of 259 units, which is the max under the 8 units per acre. The requirement for 25% workforce housing on site. Prohibition on exchange of preserve area, which again is a requirement in the policy. Extinguishing the units, the density for the off-site preserve, and a requirement that the future land use amendment and the concurrent zoning application are considered for adoption at the same Board of County Commissioner public hearing. So again, staff is recommending approval with conditions and asking for a motion for approval with conditions. We did receive several inquiries, phone inquiries, mostly, I think if not all, from Valencia Reserve residents, which is the surrounding community to the east and south of the subject site. And several letters, some of which, I believe all of them are at the dais in front of you, which we received, I think, within the past couple of days, some of which the agent mentioned to you. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and if you have any questions.
Okay. We didn't receive letters. We received we have 3 letters up here. Is this what he's referring to? I just want to clarify.
Yeah, there should be 4. One from Brett Gelsomino, Malcolm Butters, Samco, and then the Housing Leadership Council.
Oh, yeah, there we go. 4.
Got it. Okay. Okay. I'm going to go to questions for the applicant or staff. I'm sorry. I'm going to go to public comment cards, and looks like we have
We got a bunch. We've got a substantial amount of comment cards here. I'm just going to, a number of people submitted cards but do not wish to speak. I'll just mention their names for the record and their position, which is indicated on the card. Jim Knight, Sam Coe, and David Ayers are in support of the project. Opposing the project is a Robert Yasner, Debbie Murphy, Ellen Schwartzwald, Diane Silversmith, Richard Penchansky, Abraham Kleinman, Susan Sirkin, Frank Goodman, Alan Lichtman, Robert Weiser, Anthony Dolly, David Krestoff, Gary Lottenberg, looks like Gene Dalmet, and a Robert Schuster. Those folks submitted comment cards but did not wish to speak. We have a pretty big number of people that do wish to speak. We'll call you up to, I guess Dais 1 is out of commission, so the first person can come up to Dais 2, and we'll make those exit doors like the on-deck circle for the next speaker if we could. And this is the order in which the cards were given to me so that they weren't, reorganized here. So first person would be David Schulzen, it looks like. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. To podium 2 for 2 minutes, please. And let's stick with the 2 minutes. I'm sure everybody, just as an FYI, all the speakers are opposed, so I'm sure you're all going to have fairly much the same information or some variation thereof. So, and then if we could add Martin Basson to the on-deck area there. Mr. Schulzen.
Actually, Chair, no, you're not the chair. You're next to the chair. We've organized it in a way we're going to address different issues, so we'll stick as best we can to the 2 minutes, but maybe give us a little leeway. And I'm going to ask Mr. Van Horn if he could just put the site map up that covers 441 to the Turnpike. No, the last one, toward the last one you did. Yeah, I think it's. Yeah, is that all the way to, yeah, that's all the way to the Turnpike. That's great. Thank you, Bryce.
So we do have a lot of comment cards, and we still have other agenda items, so we are going to keep it to the 2 minutes. So please, keep it right on time. We're going to start you now, because we had already started you, but we're going to start you again at 2 minutes now.
Okay, thank you. Again, I'm David Schulzen. I've been a resident of Valencia Reserve since 2019, and I've been the COBRA delegate for several years. I've been actively involved in all issues pertaining to West Point Ranches and its 3 partners since the Water Ski Lake controversy exploded in March of 2020. While the land use application and staff report are comprehensive, there are serious issues of concern which will be addressed by several of our HOA board members and residents. I want to provide you with a very brief history of the 3 partners of West Point. Doug DeBruin is a millionaire Canadian tech executive. Chet Raley is a nationally renowned water ski champion and instructor and director of training at the Bert Aronson Park. And Dan Montgomery is a relatively small contractor. All 3 men have in common a shared passion for water skiing and have absolutely no experience in building an essential housing project. In September of 2019, West Point purchased 156 acres, which you see from the water ski lake all the way to 441. The water ski lake, it's hard to define there, but we'll go into it. In January of 2021, West Point purchased another 30 acres, which comprised the site of the proposed essential housing project. Prior to the initial purchase of the 156 acres, Dan Montgomery asked the zoning department if a water ski lake could be placed on the property. Shortly after the closing, the zoning director at the time advised West Point in a letter that water skiing was not and would not be an authorized use. West Point ignored this rejection letter and, without applying for a single permit, began in March of 2020 to excavate and complete the 14-acre water ski lake in the fall of 2020. To make a very long story short, Code Enforcement Officer Padgett, Assistant County Attorney Fox went to work in prosecuting the code violations.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you.
Could I just have one more minute, please?
No,
it's very important.
We don't have another minute. We have several.
We have to be fair to everyone. We apologize.
No, you gave earlier this morning. You gave people another 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds. Well, as recently as the last few days, they came to us in a series of meetings. Montgomery asked if they could build 3 homes and be permitted to water ski. The partners, as recently as a few days ago, he brought up building those homes again. Their number one intent is water skiing. They have no experience in essential housing. They didn't comply with magistrate orders that were entered after a hearing in this very room. They didn't timely comply. They had to pay a $250,000 fine as a result of a settlement agreement in which they agreed never to water ski, and yet that, in my opinion, is still their number one goal.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. After Mr. Martin Basson, Jim Knight apparently does want to speak, so Jim, if you would come up to the on-deck area, please.
Thank you. My name is Marty Basson. I represent VR, specifically the VR Legal Committee. I wish to focus on the proposed density of the 32.35 acres that they're building. I want to say that it's certainly not good for the ag reserve at this density, and it's certainly not good for the eventual residents of this community. It is important to point out that we in Valencia Reserve are not opposed to affordable housing and workforce housing. I grew up and essentially I was a lifetime public servant working at the federal, state, and city levels. My father was a federal servant, and I essentially lived in the equivalent of workforce housing, so I am supportive of it. What I am not supportive of is the density that they seem to want to put right next to us. This will result in a not great place to live for the eventual residents, and we're later going to get into this terrible traffic issues, et cetera, and the danger of not letting emergency vehicles go in that unit. Anyway, the proposed residency of 8 per acre, when you actually look at the 60-40 rule and where they're going to put these buildings, it really comes down to a density of 20 units per acre. Not 8 units per acre. It's 20 units per acre. If you want to see an example of how bad this looks, but it's not even going to be as worse as this, I go by the corner, it's Windsor's Village, on the corner of Lyons and Hyperluxo Roads. I go there by all the time. I encourage you to go if you haven't seen it yet. It's a density of 15 units per acre. It looks terrible. It doesn't belong anywhere. It's jammed in. People are not going to be happy living there. So let's now go to the proposed density of where they propose to build this. It's 20 units per acre. It's 5 more. If you think it's going to be unpleasant to live in the Lakes of Windsor and take a look at it as a place to live, imagine the density of another 33.5% greater. I just encourage you, one second, I'm not opposed, again, to what's next to us. I am opposed to the density. I would like to lower it from 8 to 4. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Knight, and if we could have Mr. Fred Paul come up to the on-deck area.
Jim Knight, 740 Havana Drive. First of all, Chairman and members, I apologize if I was a little aggressive in the last speaking. I'm just passionate as well, and I do apologize to you all
we can just
for
cut
that
your mic
and
off.
staff.
Okay.
Anyhow, if you yes, please start the 2 minutes.
Yeah,
You can take off. I'll make it 1 minute if that makes you all happy. I'll be happy to do that. We'll make it 1 minute, okay? If you look at this aerial here, you see a hospital over here, right? There's 7 stories and a hospital there. There's lots of employees there, right? That was pushed by Cobra and a lot of the residents out here. If you come east, you see the shopping center, GL Canyon Town Center. There's a lot of people working there, so forth. There's many schools that are here. We have teachers, we have firemen, we have people that need to have workforce housing. We passed a $200 million bond issue 2 years ago, and we're still not even close to filling the void. Thank you for your time. I hope you'll support this project.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Fred Paul, and next up would be Jeff Shep.
My name is Fred Paul. As employees of Palm Beach County serving on the Planning Commission, you actually, in this case before you, will have a direct effect on the health and potential life or death to Palm Beach County citizens. Since there is a hospital directly northwest of this property and no plans to widen Boynton Beach Boulevard, the ability now for emergency vehicles to get to the hospital at certain times of the day are dangerously challenged. With the approval of the property, the challenge will even be more severe when seconds matter to someone needing emergency care. If you feel some way that this is not your responsibility, then I ask you to then consider the density being asked for and the effect on the homeowners in Valencia Reserve directly affected by this project. The density and building heights being asked for are just too extreme towards Valencia Reserve residents and the peaceful enjoyment of their homes. 2 stories should be the limit on the heights of these buildings. This would limit the effect on traffic issues also. Remember, when you approve building heights, the top of the roof adds another 1.5 stories to the building height at completion. Look at the Villages of Windsor, being built at Lyons and Hyperluxo, and how horrible it has turned out. And to just add one more thing, 2009, there was a sign on Lyons Road heading south, right off of Boynton Beach Boulevard, that said the Lyons Road would be widened. Okay? It's not going to be widened until maybe 2027, maybe. They're talking about widening streets, widening Atlantic Avenue, widening Lyons Road from Atlantic to Flavor Pick. That's not even on the plan, all right? It's been 19 years or 18 years since it's been done. You need to take that into consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know this guy.
I know this guy. Hello, Rick.
Hi, buddy. Been
Long
about 30
time.
years at least.
Long time no see.
Right.
Previous
minutes.
life.
I'm only going to probably take a minute, maybe a minute and a half. I am the president of Valencia Reserve. And on behalf of 2,000 plus residents who live there, many of my cohorts are here today who are already explained. So at the sake of not being repetitive, I'm going to talk to you basically about safety and life, safety and health, all inclusive. We're very, very concerned, being a 55-plus community, about vehicles in case of emergency, getting from our development over to the hospital. And as my fellow board member Fred Paul just mentioned, without the expansion of Lyons Road, we are in a big problem. Someone coming up next to me, and I won't steal his thunder, David Bayless, will talk more about traffic, but that is our main concern. I want to reiterate, we are not against essential housing. We understand the need for it, but once again, I will also say that we are looking for 4 units per acre and not 8. I thank you for your indulgence. Great to see you, Rick. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that's true. Mr. Bayless, you're up next, followed by Kelly Bayless.
David Bayless, 9476 102nd Place South. I'm in the bottom left-hand corner of that little yellow block. Sorry, louder. If you look at the traffic plan they did initially, it was frankly scandalous. They claimed there were 6 lanes in that southern stretch of Boynton Beach Boulevard, and they claimed that all of the west-facing traffic was just somehow going to materialize in the west-facing lane. There's a median there. You can't do that. Dom has been fantastic. He's done a lot of work. He's pushed back. There's still more pushback to go. But I want to highlight that that initial version, they really just want you to sign. They don't want to solve the problem. Now, in the more detailed plan that they had to do for, I think it's zoning, they brought out Lyons and Boynton Beach Boulevard. That junction is already 22% over capacity. They just admit that. It's committed at 1,700 per lane, and it's 1,400 per lane. And they are invoking, I believe it's a 2012 statute that says as long as it's broken, it's okay to break it more. But it really isn't okay if you live there. I did a survey, literally sitting outside their proposed exit for 3 days on school days during peak time. 75% of the time, there is stationary traffic outside their proposed exit. You can't get out onto the road from where they're claiming they're going to come. 40% of the time, the traffic is backed up all the way to the school. That means it takes an average of about 10 minutes to get from there to Lyons. And that's today, and they want to add 100 cars per hour to that peak. They have options. There is another exit they could take, which would bring them out west of the school.
Okay.
I'll stop, but there are problems to be solved.
Thank you.
We appreciate it, sir. Kelly Bayless is up, and then Dagmar Braz.
Hi, I'm Kelly. Oh, wait, make sure you can hear me. Can you hear me? I'm Kelly Bayless, 9476 102nd Place South. My concern is actually not putting up essential housing. We totally agree with that. The concern we have is the area that they are proposing is currently part of effectively an HOA that includes those 5 acres single-family homes, and we're trying to accommodate essential housing into what is a current existing set of bylaws that was put in place in the 70s and is currently on the books. We have issues with the access road, which is currently on their plans they have allowed us access for, but in the event the property's ever sold, we want insurance that that access road will still be available to us, otherwise we can't get to our properties. The next thing is each of the properties, according to the bylaws, have drainage ditches around them that is used for irrigation, but also drainage for the entire property. This was before Lake Worth had drainage systems going. We also want to ensure that the drainage still exists for the road so that we can still access the road going forward. For us, the biggest concern is that these bylaws originally set are addressed before approval so that we have legal standing to ensure we have access to drainage, access to our homes through the road, and that can't be taken away if the next person who owns the property isn't as reasonable as the ones we currently are dealing with. We also have to worry about the fact that currently all of our utility lines go through their property right now, and we know they need to move them. We're not asking you to leave the utility lines in the middle of a set of apartment houses, but we do need warning before they're moved. We work from home. If we can't have access to the internet and power, we can't do our jobs during that time. So these are things we would like to have put in place legally before approval is set.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Dagmar and then Barbara Roth.
Good morning, everyone. While we all say we're in favor of essential housing, okay, that's not the issue. I'm very disappointed that Ms. McClellan and staff have only said the fact that it's 8 units to the acre for essential housing. If you look at all of the material, it says up to 8 units to the acre for essential housing. You can do a lot less. You can do 3 acres, 4 acres, 5 acres. You need to understand, while the project is 32.35 acres, they're only building on 12.53 acres, okay? That is 259 homes on 12.53 acres. That comes to 20.67 units on the property per acre. You need to understand this is not compatible. While we do support essential housing, 20.67 units to acre is not acceptable. The other thing is mitigation for traffic. How do you mitigate traffic? There is no side road. There is no alternate way to get in and out. How do you mitigate that? And at last, I want to say, while we do understand essential housing and the need, as Commissioner Clemente said, where we are incentivizing it is the question. Is this the right place for workforce housing, essential housing? It's just not compatible with a 3.5 and the open space that's already there. We understand you'll probably accept it, but please understand it does not have to be 8 units to the acre. If it was 5 units to the acre, it would still be 12.92 units to the acre with 40 workforce housing. If it was 4 units to the acre, which is what we would be really pleased with, it's still 129 units with 32 units for workforce housing, making it 10.29 units to the acre. Please consider less than 8 units to the acre. Thank you.
Thank you. And Barbara Roth, followed by Linda Weber.
Chair, Commissioners, good afternoon. Nice to see you all. Barbara Roth, President of COBRA, speaking on behalf of COBRA and on behalf of our member community, Valencia Reserve. When you look at that map, I'm proud to say that COBRA is responsible for bringing most of those services and those facilities to our western communities. COBRA's been around over 44 years, and we knew that residents needed these facilities. But you must understand that the density that you're seeing today is not the density that will be finally built out there. COBRA signed on actually wrote a letter of support for essential housing, and I was sitting on your board at that time and very strongly supported it, as well as a commerce use, because we knew that our residents to the west needed facilities. This is just an abomination in terms of the density proposed. Speak about disingenuous. The application for this is from a developer who has a history. If you don't know it, you heard a little bit at the very beginning from Mr. Schulson. You should go back and research it. There is no experience in building workforce housing or essential housing. The density must come down, and I would urge you, please, to make a strong statement in support of that. Yes, we understand the need for essential housing. The traffic issue, at some point, I hope Mr. Bayless will have an opportunity, perhaps at the BCC, to go into greater detail. He does an amazing analysis of traffic coming to a stop, and I have been in that area where I hear the sirens behind me on Boynton Beach Boulevard, and there is simply no place for those emergency vehicles to go because everyone is at a dead stop. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you. Linda Weber, followed by Barry Fredson.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed council members and concerned citizens, I am here today because of a deep sense of responsibility and concern for the future of our community and the preservation of the values we hold dear. We are facing a decision that, if made in haste or without proper consideration, could have irreversible consequences not only for our environment, but also for the quality of life of countless residents in our area. I am speaking of the proposed development of valuable conservation land in the Ag Reserve. At its heart is the claim that the development is necessary to provide essential housing, but let us be clear, that is a false narrative. The use of conservation land for housing development is nothing more than an opportunistic attempt to exploit our resources under the guise of a public need. Our community shouldn't have to sacrifice our natural lands and agricultural heritage for high-density housing that will bring far more harm than good. This development threatens Valencia Reserve, a neighborhood of 1,043 single-family homes and a thriving 55-plus community. The proximity of this proposed development to existing homes raises serious concerns about the negative impact it will have on our residents. Imagine having to deal with increased traffic congestion, environmental degradation, and concern of those that are in need of emergency medical care at Bethesda West and will be delayed in getting there because of the heavy traffic. Water runoff, the loss of green space that once stood as a buffer between the peaceful neighborhoods along Lyons Road and the anticipated increase in traffic are just a few concerns. This development does not just harm the immediate neighborhood, it destroys the remaining acreage in the agricultural reserve itself, a vital space that has long been the backbone of our region. The Ag Reserve is not some expendable parcel of land. It is a unique, irreplaceable resource that provides local produce, helps maintain the health of our environment, and contributes to the overall character and sustainability of our community.
Okay.
We cannot sit idly by and allow this land to be consumed by greed and the insatiable desire for profit.
Okay. I'm sorry, I apologize.
One more paragraph.
Quickly,
May I
please.
read it? Thank you. It is vital that you reject this proposal, not just for the residents of today, but for the generations to come. We must stand firm in our commitment to the Ag Reserve. Let us stand together and say no to this reckless overdevelopment. Let us protect the Ag Reserve, Valencia Reserve, and all that we have worked so hard to build.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am. Barry Fredson, followed by James Diskin.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Barry Fredson. I live in Valencia Reserve, Sable Breeze Way. Going back to the early 70s when the agricultural reserve was called the residential estates, and over the last 50-plus years, there's really been this struggle about how do we keep it set up as a reserve. When I bought my house there, I saw those big green signs, welcome to the agricultural preserve, and I thought, this is terrific. Well, it's being whittled away. I understand transfer development rights, progress, more people. But up until now, the character hasn't changed significantly. We've had single-family homes. Within a couple of miles of this proposed development, there have to be 3,000 to 5,000 single-family homes. That's the character. By now putting up multi-story buildings, 4-story buildings, this is really a sea change. As Commissioner Clementi said, it's chipping away. And after that, he said, death by 1,000 cuts. And that's what I think is happening here. We're not just making it a little different. Multi-story buildings, they create a microenvironment. They block off sun. They create shadows. They create looming structures. You know, right across the street on 7 is the Arthur R. Marshall Laxahatchee National Wildlife Refuge. It's 145,000 acres. It's one of the largest urban wildlife refuges in the country. I live right at that corner. I see birds flying over our community and going back. When you start putting up 4-story buildings, you are creating another environment. The concerns about the traffic noise, the density. There's been a lot of talk, 10 seconds, if I may. A lot of signs that they've met exact compliance. For anybody who has any experience using AI or doing research, you know it can give you exact compliance, exact answers that just don't make sense. And this doesn't work. We don't need 4-story buildings.
Okay.
Essential housing, great. They can make it half that size.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we appreciate it, sir. Okay, Mr. James Diskin, followed by Mr. Mark Kay.
I had to check my watch. Good afternoon. I'm speaking against this proposal because of everything that's been stated so far. I don't want to reiterate everything that's been stated, but some of the high points are the congestion on Lyons Road, the 5,000, just mentioned 5,000 homes that have come up over the past 10, 12 years, which amounts to a real impedance for fire engines and ambulance, and when you really need them, and time is of the essence. The density of what we're talking about in this project, the height of these buildings, too many units per acre does not work. It doesn't make a lot of sense from a lot of perspectives. I also would like to reiterate what has been talked about previously and it's not really in your area per se, but the promises that have not been kept on Lyons Road in terms of widening the road from 2 lanes to each side to 3 lanes or something. It's now virtually 1 lane. And that just doesn't sit well with anyone, because that also doesn't allow for the emergency vehicles to pass by when it's congested at Lyons Road and Boynton Beach Boulevard, which I passed through this morning on the way here. And there was an accident this morning right at that intersection. This happens all too frequently. People are in a hurry. There was people going to work and don't know how to use the stop pedal or something of that nature in their car. But I urge you to deny this proposal. I am not against the housing, just the size of the housing is really what's troublesome. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is Mr. Mark Kay, and then followed by Rochelle Lottenberg.
A lot has been said today about the density of this project. We're talking about a very small piece of land with 259 homes in multi-story homes. I live probably the closest to this situation that anybody does who has spoken today. But I want you to also note the fact that besides the number, there's only one entrance and one entrance and exit here. So they're going to go right out onto Boynton Beach Boulevard, almost directly across the street from a 1,700 student high school. And I know they told you that they were interested in seeing this project approve, and that's because, of course, they're looking for more students. But the density of this project is far too great for the amount of roads that we have available. Also, in addition, if you look a little bit beyond and a little bit closer to the turnpike, you'll notice that there is a large elementary and middle school right there, too. There'll be over 3,000 students emptying out onto Boynton Beach Boulevard during school hours. If you go there, and I've been on that corner at the peak periods, probably in the morning from about 7 o'clock in the morning until maybe rush hour's over, and then when the high school lets out at 2, the middle school lets out at 3, there's traffic constantly, and they do not have the roads to support it. Also, consider the fact that on Lyons Road, we have thousands and thousands of homes on that one-lane road. That road was supposed to be finished probably about now, and it's not been even started yet. It's too much in the way of density. I'm a former educator. I appreciate the need for workforce housing, very, very important, and we just have to cut the density. If we're going to approve this project, we've got to cut the density way down. And again, these people are going to be traveling onto Boynton Beach Boulevard when they can't even get out of their development to do that. And they need to make a U-turn to go to 441, which can't be done.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Sorry to have to cut you off. The last comment card is Rochelle Lottenberg.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I reside at 9067 Clear Hill Road in Valencia Reserve. If you look at your map, Clear Hill Road is the closest road to the proposed development. I'm asking you to oppose the application for essential housing as presently proposed. While I understand and support the need for essential housing, the proposed development is extremely dense, and 4-story buildings do not belong in the surrounding communities, which are single-family homes. The roadways in proximity to the development cannot accommodate the anticipated additional traffic, especially near a school, a community hospital, and an already overburdened intersection of Lyons Road and Boynton Beach Boulevard. If the density were to be reduced to 4 or 5 units to the acre, if the buildings were to be 2 stories, and if a concrete 6 or 8 foot wall were to be erected between separating the Valencia Reserve community and the proposed development, with extensive landscaping to shield us from the height of these 2-story buildings, I could then support such a proposal and would urge you to do as well. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That's it for the comment cards.
All right, great. Thank you so much. All right, we're finished with comment cards. We're going to go to questions. I'm sure we have a bunch of questions, but I would like to give the opportunity, because there was quite a few allegations there, or comments, I should say. And I know that the applicant asked to have time, so we're going to, in light of time, we're just going to give you a couple minutes to, but there was a whole bunch there, so I'm sure we're going to have questions too, but we're going to give you 2 minutes to, if it's okay, to kind of a rebuttal there. So let's give her 2 minutes to make a comment, and then I'm sure there's going to be questions coming back, okay?
I only need one, thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to point out that, again, this corridor, thanks for having this up on the screen, is the appropriate location. The Board of County Commissioners did specifically call out this area, and they did specifically set the density at 8 units per acre. This is not the only project that has asked that and has received approval for that in the Ag Reserve. There are 2 other projects that have received approval from the Board of County Commissioners for 8 units per acre. Logan Ranches is the first essential housing. There was the precursor to that, which is on Atlantic Avenue. It's called Reserve at Atlantic. So I just want to again say that this is the appropriate location, this is the appropriate density as determined by the Board of County Commissioners. And as for the Baylesses, we did meet with them yesterday, and we are working to address their issues through the zoning companion applications. So thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go to questions from the commissioners. I'm going to start with Commissioner Stenberg.
Very interesting discussion today, and
My question sort of relates to that of the density of the parcel and the result of spreading that density over a large parcel, much of which is going to become preserve, and the resulting amount that is crammed onto a smaller space. I understand that the county commission has called for that density level in this type of housing, and I wonder, I guess this is a question for county staff, is how can we talk about density on what's remaining and come to something that sounds more reasonable? In other words, cutting the density that is being talked about here in half.
So is that a general question about the?
Yeah, I guess so.
Or is that a site specific?
I mean, it is site specific because we're talking about this site, but is there a way to, if we're talking about essential housing, that particular category, and it calls for 8 units per acre, can we create a condition that would require or would call for a lower density on the parcel that's going to be developed?
You can recommend certainly that that there's a lower density limit. The policy allows up to 8 units per acre.
Okay.
So the policy allows up to 8 units per acre.
Okay.
There's no minimum set. There's nothing that precludes you from recommending a lower cap. That's of course up to the Planning Commission.
Right. There's a condition that's currently says the subject site shall be limited to a maximum of 259 dwelling units. That condition can be altered. You can recommend an alteration to that condition.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any further questions, Commissioner?
No. Thank you.
Commissioner DeHady?
None.
Commissioner Stolpe, questions?
I do have one. First and foremost, let me commend staff as always. I mean, you guys just knock it out of the park every time. You give us such data, you go into depth that I can't even begin to imagine how much time and effort you put into these things. And at the outset, I just say that you're working with the parameters that you're given empirically. And you have to just do it on an empirical basis, not with all the emotion and not with all the backstory that we hear from residents and over the course of time, that I've been on this board, we've taken all of those other factors that you don't have at your disposal when you make the recommendations. So anybody that goes for or against your recommendations, it's never on a personal quote-unquote level. It's always because you go by data, and we have to go with the touch and the feel of it as well. So I guess the question that I would have for the developer, the applicant at this point, based on everything that we've heard today, is there room for compromise? Is there a willingness on the part of the developer to scale this back to meet with the residents and the adjacent communities and come to a meeting of the minds? Does that exist?
Good morning, or I guess at this point it's afternoon, everyone. Scott Bachman.
It'll be evening soon, don't worry.
I think the answer to that question is yes and no. As you saw in our presentation, we've had multiple meetings and conversations with the community already. We intend on continuing those conversations. We've shared our site plan with them, one version of the site plan. It didn't really work out. We went back to them. We shared another version of the site plan, moving buildings around, changing building heights, putting different types of product like townhomes a little bit closer to the community. So I think in that respect, the answer is yes. When the essential housing was put into place, there was a lot of discussion. There was a request from the development community to allow for the density to be actually higher than 8 units to the acre. 8 units to the acre is a relatively middle tier density. It's a townhouse style density. The reason that the questions and the concerns are coming up is because county regulations, because we are in the agricultural reserve, require that it be clustered so that we can continue and create additional preserve area within this particular area of the county. So 8 units to the acre is not a significant amount of density. In order to make a project like this work, in order to set aside 25% of the units for workforce housing, the density needs to be at this level. To cut that density down significantly, especially now, while we're still working on the site plan. I mean, at the end of the day, we are asking for a maximum density of 259 units. I will say, and we've got a concurrent zoning application that proposes a density of 259 units. But there are a significant number of other factors that still need to be reviewed after this board hopefully transmits this application, after the BCC hopefully does the same, that, as I think you all know, takes significant time, several months, with the concurrent application that may or may not result in a project that has less density. So as we sit here today, understanding the type of project that we're proposing, the area that we're proposing it in, I think it's important to allow this project to move forward in accordance with the county comp plan at the 8 units to the acre and understand what this might look like at the end of the day. So I hope that's a sufficient answer. We're not saying no. I just think we're too early in the process to handicap ourselves while we sit here today to try and understand what's ultimately going to make a workable and viable site plan and development project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Clemente, any questions?
So many questions. We have to have a little fun up here, right?
That's right.
These are such important decisions. So for staff, and I tried to look it up, but essential housing is it specifically categorized as workforce housing? Like, what are the income limitations placed on what would be built on this site?
So essential housing requires a 25% workforce housing obligation, and that is, I'm just going to double check the Exhibit 1, and that's, we would spread that amongst the 4 income categories that range from 60 to 140 AMI.
Right, so that's like $145,000.
AMI is
that'd be the 140%.
104. So it'd be.
I'm sorry. So the low, there's 4 categories. So the lowest is at 62,400, and then the highest is, like you said, 145,600.
Yeah, as more just out of curiosity.
Income.
And then. No, that's all. That's my only question right now.
Thank you. Commissioner Meadows?
Yes, this question is for the applicant, and this is in reference to the 4-story units. When you were doing your research and your survey, did you find other 2 to 4-story units in the surrounding area? When you were doing just to repeat, when you were doing your research and surveys, did you find other in the surrounding area that were 2 to 4-story?
I thought that I had another slide. I apologize. So if you can put up an aerial. So thank you for asking that. There are other projects along this corridor that have heights. So a 4-story building is roughly 42 to 45 feet. So just to talk about some of the other projects in this corridor. So the BC Commerce property, which is on the north side of the north side of Boynton Beach Boulevard at Acme Dairy, that Commerce project, that has a maximum height of 50 feet. The middle school that is on the south side of Boynton Beach Boulevard at Acme Dairy Road, that building has a height of 48.5 feet. And then continuing Logan Ranch, which was again approved for 4-story by the Board of County Commissioners, that had a height of 42 feet. Continuing to go to the west, this project again hasn't really been designed, but 4 stories, so somewhere between 42 and 45 feet. The hospital, I want to point out, is 6 or 7 stories, but it is a height of 100 feet.
Okay, thank you.
So there are other buildings that are taller in this corridor.
Thank you.
Commissioner Dunn, any questions?
I have to ask a question of the developer, and this would be... Sorry about that. I have to ask the question of the developer again. How could you best find a way to discuss with the planning staff how some additional density issues or height issues might be addressed? That would be the question. Is there anything you feel like that you could review, I guess, before the zoning committee meets, that might bring about some addressing of the issues that have been raised by the folks who've been here today?
So I think the answer to the question is that it's, I'll try and explain it, right? But I think a lot of the answers there are kind of site plan and zoning specific questions, right? And obviously we're here for to try and comply with the county's future land use plan through our requests, which again, at least from what was presented, we do. That said, we are proposing a mix of 2-story townhomes and 4-story rental apartment buildings. A version of our site plan had some 3- and 4-story apartment buildings closer to Valencia Reserve. We had a meeting with Valencia Reserve. The height in that proximity was too close. Again, we were anywhere from, I can't remember the exact distances, but let's call it somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 or 50 feet to 150 feet away. We were asked to consider reconfiguring, maybe giving a little bit of a buffer, or moving some of the 2-story townhomes closer because that was more compatible. Had another meeting, and by no means am I suggesting in any way that Valencia Reserve is accepting of the site plan, just trying to show and explain a little bit as to answer your question. Things were moved around. An alternate site plan was provided. 2-story townhomes were moved closer in proximity to the community. Other mechanisms that might work, and Valencia Reserve had suggested this at one point, might be making the buffer a little bit bigger and reconfiguring the manner in which our site is developed, because as you saw and actually can see on the plan, oh, where's our site? You know, we have a little bit more room as we work our way to the south. So, I mean, there are options to be less impactful to Valencia Reserve. But the site that we're proposing, the development site, the clustered development site, truthfully is plenty large enough to accommodate the nature and type of use that we're proposing at the density that we're proposing it at. And so we would suggest that we would continue to work with the zoning division. We will continue to meet with Valencia Reserve. We will schedule meetings with the larger Cobra Growth Management Group as well to continue that dialogue. But as I mentioned in response to the other question, right now, we are literally at the first stage in our process here on the land use and the planning side. We'd like to, through the process, make whatever suggestions or recommendations, but we've got to go to the BCC for transmittal. We've got to pull all of this together in a site plan through our zoning application, and then go back to the BCC for adoption. If it doesn't work, if it doesn't fit, we do meet the traffic standards required for the application before you, but there's a second traffic analysis that's required that the county traffic division is going to have to review as part of the zoning application. If it doesn't work, if there are problems, those are all going to be identified in that more site-specific analysis that gets done through the zoning process. So I hope that helps answer your question a little bit more. I do not think that our team or our client, as we sit here today at our first transmittal hearing, are prepared to start, as I said earlier, to kind of handicap ourselves at a lower density if it all works, if it all makes sense, if it can be accomplished, if there are traffic mitigation measures that are identified and necessary through our zoning process. Is that a sufficient response?
Yes, I think that's sufficient. I'm thinking of an additional condition, if I make a motion, that might recommend that you have yet one more meeting at least with.
We will have more than one, I can assure you of that. So long as they'll have us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Commissioner Doss?
No.
Thank you. Okay, I have a couple quick questions here for traffic. I know there was some traffic questions. I didn't see in the traffic study anything scheduled, any planning for future on Boynton Beach Boulevard leading to the hospital or anything on Lyons Road. Are you aware of any improvements on that piece? I didn't see anything in their report from Kimley Horn.
I'm not aware of anything. No. Well, actually, as per the traffic study for...
Can't hear, Dom.
As per the policy, policy 3.5D, they are not actually required to make any improvements. The policy does not address any mitigation measure. It's a pass or fail.
Yep.
If you fail, then you try again.
And you don't know of any improvements that you're aware of in that area, correct?
On Boynton Beach Boulevard?
Correct.
Not I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. And then the only other question I had for the applicant was, there was an interesting comment that I heard from the comment cards, I believe it was from Mrs. Bayless, was about an HOA dispute. I've never heard of something like that. I deal with HOAs all the time on that property. I thought, is that being addressed? I just want to make sure that...
So the short answer is yes. I don't believe it's a dispute. We actually had a very good on-site meeting yesterday at their home. We walked around a number of the areas so that they could really show it to us. As you can see, it's still fairly agricultural in nature, and so there are drainage ditches, and there is an access road that leads back to their home and one or two others amongst some other larger properties, and there is a restrictive covenant. I don't think it's a full-blown association. There's a restrictive covenant that kind of governs the properties that are located back there. My client acknowledges that a document exists, that it is through our property, currently through our property to theirs. On the record, we are going to preserve their access. We are going to ensure that that roadway has sufficient drainage. County's going to require it, land development of us through the permitting process anyway. What we shared with them yesterday, because we were several items were identified to some members of our team, including myself yesterday for the first time, is we asked and they acknowledged a 3 to 4 week time frame within which our civil engineer who was there with us is going to look at some of the drainage and access issues. I'm going to look into some of the more legal issues and work with my client's transactional attorney on same, and then we are going to regroup with the Baylesses specifically on that issue to figure out what documentation can be put in place to give them further assurances that that access remains.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate that. I don't have any further questions, so I'll go to comments from my commissioners. I'll start down there with Mr. Clem.
Motion first?
We can do comments and then we'll do a motion. Any other, I'm sorry, what about you have a question?
There was a comment about the utility line.
I thought he addressed it. So there was a comment about a utility line. Did you have another question, Mr. DeHady?
Yeah, I just wanted to know how the developer is going to, I guess, accommodate the development with the utility service.
Sure, yeah, so one thing I neglected to address, same couple, same conversation yesterday. Utilities that are necessary will be rerouted, which is pretty standard once you get into the development process in order to ensure that services remain.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that, Commissioner. Any comments before we look for a vote? Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Clemente.
So I want to sympathize with staff. The applicant, the community, we need workforce housing near where the jobs are. There are jobs now that have been in the Ag Reserve. There's residential in the Ag Reserve. The only way to really provide workforce housing is with density. Is density appropriate in the Ag Reserve? Probably not, but it's allowed. Will the traffic generated by this new development negatively impact Boynton Beach Boulevard and everyone who currently uses it? Absolutely. So I feel like everyone's hands are tied here. This is such a difficult decision. Staff's hands are tied. I feel like my hands are tied. I'm 100% supportive of workforce housing, or essential housing as it's called in the Ag Reserve. But at the same time, I still maintain my contention that the more we do here, the further away we get from the intent of the Ag Reserve. So I don't know if this is a plea for relief or what. I mean, I almost feel like where we're at with these requests is a no-win situation. So in this case, if this is allowed, this is another question. I apologize. I was trying to formulate this when I had a chance to ask a question. This is allowed in the Ag Reserve. The applicant's coming forward with something that's allowed. We're here as a body that is going to weigh in on this before it goes to the BCC for approval. I mean, if it's approved by code, what does this process stipulate further than us saying yay or nay right now? Because I'll have to say, I'm a little bit confused about this.
I'm not sure I fully understand what you're saying, but I think, so you make a recommendation to the BCC, approve, deny, approve with a additional condition. The BCC will then hear this at a transmittal hearing.
Right.
They will either, if they approve it at the transmittal hearing, the amendment and all the data analysis gets sent up to Tallahassee for review. It comes back with their comments. Usually their comments are minimal these days. And then it would come back for an adoption hearing, but at the same time as the adoption hearing, we would also have the zoning application. So, and then the board would hear this application for adoption plus the zoning application at the same hearing, and they would make their decision then. That's the process in a nutshell.
Thank you. That's all my comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Matos?
I agree with Mr. Clemente in reference to the need for affordable housing and in the area. At the same time, I think that we need to keep in mind the community and the people that already are in the community and find a way of coming to some common ground. Thank you.
Commissioner Dunn, any further comments?
Yes. I need legal advice, but I know we can't discuss a lot of that right now. And maybe what I would make in my motion to approve, if I made one, would be that the staff, planning staff, together has a lot of information that they have learned and used over the years. And sometimes people sitting down, maybe with a cup of coffee, and just discussing some of the ways which some of the issues might be addressed might make it come out even better for everybody concerned. And how to put all that into appropriate motion, I would be probably then giving an assignment to staff to set aside an hour and a half or maybe 3 hours of 2 staff people getting together with the developers' leadership and trying to come up with a better idea. That's what I'm discussing in my own mind, so I can't answer as a question, but it might get a vote.
I can't speak for staff, but I know that they work diligently before it gets here. Like, they work to put everything together for us. Here's what they come up with. Commissioner Voss, yes, thank you.
Yes, just a brief comment. I think it's pretty well publicized. We have a housing crisis here. We need workforce and affordable housing. There's not enough housing to accommodate the current demand. And a lot of our Palm Beach County employees don't even live here. They live outside of the county. So, and we also can't recruit more staff for businesses that we want to bring in unless we have that workforce and affordable housing. It's a huge problem that's having a lot of collateral and subsequent effects. That being said, I do wish that the developer had worked a little bit. Well, I know that they made many attempts and they probably just are on a different page. Valencia is very, very passionate about not having this sort of height and density in their area. And I do wish that there was more cooperation and flexibility, perhaps on both ends, to try and maybe lower some of the density so that it would be something that was better received by that community. I do also want to point out, too, that Valencia was part of the Ag Reserve. So I'm pretty sure that the people advocating initially for Valencia probably made some similar arguments to the ones being made now, if I'm correct. I believe that they were. So, we do need to build housing to accommodate this demand. Does it need to be this kind of housing right now in this way? I think the community passionately feels that it should not be. And I'm taking that under strong consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Stenberg, any comments?
Well, talking about the 259 units, I would like to recommend that we lower that cap. I do think that when you look at the smaller piece of property that we're talking about putting those 259 units on, and just the reality math of how many units that turns out to be per acre, I do believe that it should be a lower number. And I know that is not what the developer wants to do, and but it sounds like from a common sense perspective, that seems what should happen. That's my only comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Dahady?
Thank you. The comment that I have is that as a certified public accountant, building these type of structures comes with, maintaining a reserve, structural integrity reserve, and a lot of condos and homeowners associations with buildings over 3 stories, have to maintain and do special assessments. So if this is affordable workforce housing, will those new tenants be able to maintain this new reserve that needs to be going into this type of property? And that is my only comment.
Mr. Stilley?
Thank you, Chair. My fellow commissioners have pretty much circled the wagons here. I think they've, we're all coming together with the same concerns on this project. I've been on the commission long enough. I think we all recall the GL land swap, scenario from a few years ago, and this is not the same thing, but at the same time, I respect where the developer is coming from. If I were the developer, I'd want to squeeze every inch and every dollar out of every acre. I get that. And we've had other issues come before the commission, for example, with some rural overlays that we've gone with in the past. This really just comes down to an issue of compatibility. Just because the criteria is there for something to occur doesn't necessarily make it right in all circumstances. And again, staff has to look at it empirically. They have to interpret the letter of the law as set forth in the rules and regulations that the county commissioners, hand down and modify from time to time. So they can only work with the hand they're dealt, so to speak. But we have the luxury of discretion on this commission. That's why we exist. And as such, it would be my recommendation that, or my vote would be, as it is currently presented, I would not move forward with it. I think there is room for compromise if the developer economically and feasibly, economically can do so, but in its present state and its present wording, I would not be in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you. So my only comments are that with what's needed out there, and to echo a little bit about what we commonly hear is affordable housing, essential workforce housing, the buzzwords of the day. There's a hospital right down the road, and knowing that hospitals need workers close, there's other areas there where, people that could potentially afford those apartments that are in there, and also to maybe address the Haiti. And I don't know, full disclosure, I don't know the developer. Assuming that they're going to still own it, they would take care. There wouldn't be, if it's a rental community owned, they would, and he's nodding yes, so they would comply with all the state statutes of what those compliances are, not the unit owners, not the renters. So the reason I'm in favor for it is, and one of the things was, this, not long ago, Valencia was in the Ag Reserve, and yes, we are building around it. Yes, there is growth in Palm Beach County, but looking at what's around there and what's needed, and it might not be the right thing as far as, oh my gosh, it's 4 stories, and but we need to trust our commissioners as it moves forward. Like the attorney was saying, the process. We need to trust the process here, I think. They're asking for it to be moved to get the approval for it to be to that next step. So without us, it creates a little bit of a backlog to that next step, if I'm correct. And we want it to be able to approve it, so to be able to let the commissioners do their job and potentially get that there. That's not saying just because we approve it doesn't mean they're going to get 259 units. It still has to go through another process, is what I'm trying to convey in a long-winded way. So that's the most important piece here I'm trying to say, is that there's people that could use these facilities there. I know what it's like to have people that need that affordable housing and essential workforce housing. So with that, I'll entertain a motion, if there's no further comments, or we can discuss it during discussion of the motion.
To move the process, I'll move along. I'd make a motion to accept item 3A5 as submitted.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Stopik, second by Commissioner DeHady. Any further discussion on the motion by the commissioners?
I'd like to make go ahead, please, go ahead. To make an alternate motion, if we're allowed to direct this to be postponed and ask the applicant to work more closely with the community, because I hear and understand the need for workforce housing. There are services there. I also heard a lot of folks step up to the microphone and say, we're not against essential housing, but clearly there are real concerns from the community about the nature of this proposal. And even though in a perfect world we wouldn't be up here being asked to approve more development in the Ag Reserve, the reality is it is what it is, and we have to consider these requests seriously. So equally long-winded, I'm making an alternate motion.
Fortunately, we can't
do that.
We can't postpone. Right. No.
Okay.
So
I withdraw my
no
alternate.
Postponement.
Withdraw my alternate motion.
Commissioner Dunn.
If I may, I would propose that we add some type of a phrase, additional condition, consider additional condition, and that would be that the developer meet with the planning staff to try to address the issues that we've covered here.
So if I could, with that, that wouldn't be a condition we would typically have for ordinances, but we are always happy to meet with the developer. We can do that, and we have met with Valencia Reserve, I think it was about 3 weeks ago, and we can continue to meet with them if they need. So that's always an ongoing process that we do.
Right, and we can have the minutes reflect that, you'd like us to meet with the developer further on this application.
And I see the developer has approached.
If that's okay, I know you're in discussions. I just want to add one brief item to this. We are happy to meet not only with staff, but Valencia Reserve, and we've done collective meetings in the past, so we're absolutely willing to collectively get together with everyone and have the conversation.
Okay, great, thank you.
I really appreciate the motion as it stands, and I think we've had a thorough discussion, we've had good representation from citizens and so forth. I feel like at this time it would be good to pass it on as best we can to continue the process.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, second. It doesn't sound like we have any amendments coming, correct?
No, it
Attorney?
doesn't sound like there's any amendments. And I just want to make clear that even if you recommend that this is not approved, it still will go to the BCC.
Correct. If I insinuated that, I apologize.
I don't believe you did. I
Okay.
just, being paranoid, I guess.
Doing your job.
Trying to.
That's right. All right. If there's no further discussion, I'll call it to vote.
Just one, yeah.
Yeah.
Just one quick point on that. You know, we are in fact just an advisory board. For those folks sitting out there that may not realize that, we I won't say we don't have weight, but we don't have as much weight as you would think. We can only advise and see if the BCC, you know, concurs or doesn't concur. But I think generally they do go along with our recommendations because we try to do it in a deliberative way. You know, on the other hand, you know, again, on a personal level, I like to see conflicts, for lack of a better phrase, resolved before we move the process along. If we approve, it's almost a tacit approval of the plans as submitted, regardless of the fact that there's still several more levels of review. If you deny, I think the impetus then goes for parties to sit down and try to resolve and come back with a more, you know, amicable plan. That never happens to me. Thank you. Yeah. But having said that, I just think it's just human nature. And if we approach it from that standpoint, I think it might actually help move the process along as opposed to log jamming it later on. That's it. No, the motion as it sits.
Okay. All right. Precious, if there's no further discussion, we'll call it to roll call vote, please.
Motion is for approval with conditions. John Carr?
Yes.
Marissa Labas?
No.
Rafael Clemente?
No.
Richard Dunn?
Yes.
Rosie Matos?
No.
Brian Stenberg?
No.
Rick Stopik?
No.
Serge D. Haiti?
No.
Motion fails.
Okay, that covers, I believe, everything in our public hearing. We're going to move on to regular agenda.
Now the regular agenda.
6 to 2, yes. Thank you.
We have one more. We have one more.
What are you doing for dinner later?
Ready dinner. That's right. We're going to Raphael's house for dinner. That's right. He was asking about the garage for his new car, by the way. All right. Regular agenda, if we're ready to go. Seek the presentation from the applicant on Lorena.
It is because affordable housing is so important. And the thing is that, you know, these people.
Oh, you're waiting.
Okay, we can go ahead and start if the applicant is here for Lorena.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, and good afternoon. My name is Josh Nichols with Schmidt Nichols.
A little closer to the mic if you could.
Yep, absolutely. Get it. Thank you again for, I know it's, the pay's not great up there, but I appreciate you guys hanging in here and doing doing some great work for the county. So, again, Josh Nichols from Schmidt Nichols, and the agent for the applicant. And this is Lorena MUPD, and this is just the very first step for text initiation. So we have several more steps to go, and this is just the first of many. So. With that, I'm also joined by Sharon Merchant, who is doing some of our legal work. Also Jennifer Nylander, who is a representative for Hicks Snedeker, one of the developers, and also a direct developer for Tractor Supply, and then George Gentile, who he's a co-applicant on this request. So I'll kind of get into that as well, because it's a unique request. So I'll start with the project location. So we're on the west side of 441, and you can see Lorena there is to our south. We're just south of Atlantic Avenue. The site size is about 6.33 acres. And as I mentioned, I just want to go into a little bit of the history of how we kind of got here. So there's actually two parcels that make up the 6.33 acres. They're owned by one gentleman. However, the parcel, for argument's sake, is basically split in half, and we have one contract purchaser, which is the Hicks Snedeker, that is going to do the Tractor Supply, and then we have the other parcel is under contract with a dentist office for medical. So that brings in why I have George Gentile here, another planning firm working on the other half of this parcel. So we have two firms kind of linked together here. And where that came to be was when we brought this in originally, it was just the Tractor Supply. As we were starting to develop the text amendments for the Tractor Supply, the medical office came in. We didn't know that the medical office was coming in, but it kind of came in just a couple months after us. And the county planning said, hey, we'd really, for planning purposes, we'd like you to come together and work together and come up with a plan and text that can solve both items. It also reduced our driveway, so we only have one driveway for both parcels with cross access. So it made a lot of sense from planning principles. So with that, again, the current zoning on both parcels, which is the site, is AGR. We're going to be submitting, hopefully, after initiation and comp plan submittals, that we'd be going to a rezoning to MUPD over both parcels. The current future land use designation is AGR. The proposed future land use, again, after we get through initiation, we have the ability then to submit for the map amendment. But the north parcel would be special agriculture to support the Tractor Supply with an underlying AGR. And then the south portion would be CLO with an underlying AGR. So what I think is important to know about the special agriculture is obviously that's all agricultural related uses. So that is, and I keep telling folks that planning, or whether it's commissioners, this is probably the most agricultural related use we've probably seen in 20 years in the Ag Reserve. And this is where it belongs. The CLO portion of it, I think, is also important to note that CLO is very restrictive in terms of the commercial uses that can go there. So it's basically medical and professional office. So it's not a foot in the door to say, hey, they're going to get commercial and then they're going to put in a fast food. That's not what the CLO allows. So I think that's a very important piece of this discussion. So again, at this stage, we don't have any plans. We don't have a rezone. We don't even have a map amendment in. This is specifically, and I'm more saying this for some of the new members, this is specifically just a text initiation process. So we have 4 requests in our text initiation. So this first request is to allow the commercial low office portion at this specific site. So as you heard, actually is interesting because some of the other projects we're talking about the Ag Reserve and where these commercial areas are located in the Ag Reserve, and there's 2 specific nodes. This would allow commercial low office to be at this specific location. So it adds number 2 here, commercial low office located at the northwest corner of State Road 7 and Lorena Road. So again, for the commercial low aspect, we do have to add that location criteria to permit that section to move forward. So the special agriculture is not subject to that, but the commercial low office is. So request 2. So request 2 is the AGR properties to be exempt. We would exempt the agricultural sales service and the medical office from the commercial cap. You probably heard a little bit about the commercial cap today and the other projects, but there is a cap that was set almost 25 years ago now, and in doing so, working with staff, they said, okay, it would make sense that we exempt the medical office and the ag sales and service, because again, the ag sales and service is not a commercial use, it's an agricultural use. It shows that in the zoning matrix that ag sales and service is an agricultural use, and I'll get into more of that in the presentation. And then again, the medical office, not true commercial or retail type use, so that would also be then exempt. So that's our second request. Our third request, when we talked about the consistency to combine the two parcels, have those consistent and part of the same overall site with the cross access and the one access point, is to create the MUPD zoning district and have that consistent with SA. Right now, SA does not have that consistency, so that would be adding the MUPD in that chart in the comp plan. And then number 4 has been something that we had requested through our discussions with the zoning division, and this may or may not be needed, but I wanted to make sure it was on the record, so if we do need this request as we move forward on the zoning side, but this is basically to add more specificity that the ag sales and service use is for agriculturally related sales and service uses, including but not limited to wholesale or retail sales, feed and grain stores, and farm implement sales and service. So that covers those agriculturally related uses. And again, I think there was a couple letters that were submitted in objection to the requests, and I think one of those was trying to say that Tractor Supply was not an agricultural use and that it was more on the commercial side. So again, we want to differentiate the commercial retail from ag sales and service. So just looking at the sphere of influence here, we have about 1,000 acres within a mile reach that would utilize the Tractor Supply's goods and services. And those 1,000 acres are all large lot, either residential or hobby farms. And then for the dentistry, the medical office, there's about 3,800 residents that live within a mile radius of the subject site. So again, we're approving rooftops. We just heard another one that was moving on, that's moving on at least to the BCC, but the verdict's still out on that. But right now there's about 3,800 residents that live within a mile of this location that all have mouths and teeth to be cleaned. So where this kind of started, we were in a meeting with planning and zoning, and this was several years ago, and Tractor Supply came to us and said, hey, we really want to be in Palm Beach County where the people need Tractor Supply use. And so we noticed that it was actually brought up that Miami-Dade had put in some ordinance language that specifically for Tractor Supply to designate them as the sale of farm supplies and farm machinery and implements. Together with, and they understood that there was going to be some general retail items, right? Anytime you go into a feed store, they're going to have, shirts, they're going to have some shoes, they're going to have some yard tchotchkes and things like that. So it's all kind of part of it, but they did limit it to 75% of the floor space. So again, they were putting in some of these details. We took those details, everyone was kind of in agreement, and this is how we should move forward. I just want to go again through the definition of ag sales and service, and I just want to read this. An establishment primarily engaged in the sale or rental of farm tools, small implements, and farming equipment such as pickers and mowers, sale of livestock, feed, grain, tack, riding attire, animal care products, farm supplies, and the like. And I want to show you now, I'm going to go through a series of pictures, and if we're not this, I don't know what we are. So I literally took these this week. So going through, they do have some clothes, they have gloves, they have overalls, they have shirts and jeans and things that people wear when they're doing farming chores and things around their properties. Gloves, boots, rain boots, mud boots. Everything in this photo is all, you have horse feed, poultry feed, cattle feed. All of this stuff is all feed and mat material for chickens and hens. Tractor Supply stuff. So what you're seeing here is tractor parts, trailer parts. There's even hanging up here is a bull ring. I don't think you find bull rings at Walmart. So I think there's some real good definition of what is and what isn't agricultural sales and service. trailer tires, hydraulic oils for tractors. Here's some more tractor implements for trailers, fencing equipment, the implements that we talked about. All these are exactly what the definition is. Again, more feed, cracked corn. There's pig vats and telephone poles, things again for people's hobby farms and the like. Egg incubators, something that's very unique to this use. There's a chicken coop as well. So I just also wanted to talk about the Red Barn in Loxahatchee. That's known as a feed store. And what's right on their website? They do have, it says, supply or product needs for taking care of your critters, including grooming, housing, bedding, and a selection of fencing and lawn care. They also talk about selection of shirts, boots, jeans, and accessories. So again, it's everything that lifestyle you would need in that ag reserve area. I just want to go over, and I think that was my last slide, but I just wanted to go over, when we talk about on that last project that everyone's hands were tied, right? I think when you're seeing staff's report, and I'm hoping that they would agree with this, but I think their hands are tied a bit, right? So they've got policies, again, that go back 20-some years, and those policies say that we shouldn't increase that commercial cap. We shouldn't put non-residential uses or non-agricultural. But again, we believe this is an agricultural use. It fits the definition. But their hands are tied, and I think otherwise they would probably be recommending approval on this. Again, CLO only allows the medical office or professional office, so we're not opening the door to any others. Also, on the zoning side, when we get to that point, the ag sales and service won't just be able to go anywhere. We'll have location criteria, access requirements. It has to be an arterial collector. Those types of things, so we can avoid them being, in the middle of an area that it shouldn't. So, with that, I know I'm running out of time here. I'm happy to answer your questions, and actually, I'd love to have a little bit of time after if I could respond to anything. So, thank you.
Thank you. We have staff presentation, please.
Yes. Stephanie will do that for us.
Yes, and I'm filling in for Travis. Hopefully he's feeling well, so. Okay, so as Mr. Nichols mentioned, this is a text initiation to the comp plan. And so to provide some background for the newer members, all text amendments to the plan do require initiation by the BCC, and these amendments can be privately proposed by a property owner or proposed by a county department. And so then if the BCC does initiate the item, it allows staff to process the associated future land use request. And then the initiation of the item would not indicate approval, and a full staff report and additional public hearings would be scheduled following. So now to talk about the request at hand. The site is located within the Agricultural Reserve, which is a unique tier within the county, which has specific policy directives adopted by the board into the comprehensive plan following the creation of the master plan in 2000. So the purpose of the tier is to preserve agriculture, natural lands, and open space. And this is achieved by limiting non-residential uses, clustering development with preserve requirements, and by comprehensively planning traffic and service delivery. So the subject site is 6.33 acres and located west of State Road 7. The applicant is proposing a special agriculture future land use on the northern part of the site in order to develop the tractor supply store. The southern portion is proposed as commercial low office for medical office. And so in order to develop this plan, revisions to the comp plan are required as it doesn't meet the current policies. So the item before you today is to consider the applicant's proposed text amendments for initiation. If initiated by the board, staff would accept the land use amendment in May, and then, as I mentioned, the additional hearings would occur in fall of this year. So for some background, one of the fundamental tenets of the Ag Reserve Master Plan was to focus the non-residential development internal to the tier. And that was to ensure that the commercial development didn't exceed the demand and therefore serve as a draw from outside of the tier. This was achieved through several policies recommended by the plan and then adopted by the board, including a commercial cap, which is unique to the tier and is currently at 1,015,000 square feet. The board also limited the extent and location of mixed-use centers by requiring commercial uses to be located within a quarter mile of Boynton Beach Boulevard in Lyons or with Atlantic and Lyons. So here you can see a visual representation of the commercial future land uses on Atlantic Avenue, with Delray Marketplace at the northwest corner with Lyons Road, and several commercial sites on the southeast corner which were adopted following the board's direction in 2016 to provide for additional neighborhood-serving commercial uses. All of these sites meet the commercial location criteria of within the quarter mile of the intersection as shown by the red circle. Whereas the subject site, which you see in yellow dashed lines, is towards the western edge of the tier. So as a result, the applicant, through the text amendment, is proposing to exempt approximately 55,000 square feet of medical, office, and ag sales and service uses from the cap, and to exempt the site, the CLO site specifically, from the commercial location criteria. Staff's assessment is that this text amendment is not consistent with the policy concepts in the tier. In addition, the applicant is requesting the SA FLU in conjunction with the LDC revisions in order to broaden the scope of agricultural sales and services to accommodate the Tractor Supply store, which has a general retail component. But one implication we would like to draw to you is that unlike the commercial future land uses, the SA FLU does not have location criteria. So our concern is that a similar or same use could then request the SA FLU and potentially skirt commercial location criteria for commercial uses in other areas of the county. And so staff is recommending to not initiate. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Do we have public comment cards, Commissioner Stupic?
We do. Just two this time. We have Lori Vinegar, if she'd like to come up to podium 2, followed by Andrew Rips.
Do you see one for me?
I didn't. I don't got it. Yes, you may.
Good afternoon, Lori Vinegar, 10626 Lyrena Road, Delray Beach, in the Agricultural Reserve. I do own a property directly next to this these parcels, and also I am president of the Alliance of Delray. And you have two letters from me, one from the Alliance and one from Paradiso Trovato, which is the farm I own next to that. Just a few things. The Tractor Supply, it's got a nice name, but if you look on the that they do sell home decor furniture, bedroom, bath, kids furniture, camping, hiking, fishing, power sports, boating, exercise, fitness, food and beverage, gift baskets, toys, action figures, dress up, arts and crafts. It's not. It is a retail commercial establishment for sure. Back in 2022, the BCC directed that no commerce or future land use should be below the Rio Grande Avenue, which is north of this parcel, because they realized that it was all residential below. And in my letter, I explained all of the residential communities there, including Tierra del Rey, which is my community, and you'll be hearing from the president. But just one other thing about this, it's a real problem, because I got an email yesterday from the applicant's representative stating that this was for the dentist, and the dentist that he was describing from a few months ago. I called Vibhor Nani yesterday. You don't see him here today. He is not in this. That's not his application. This is what he told me. Okay, the dentist who the applicant's representative just stated, last night he told me he's out of the deal. It died a few weeks ago. So this is something new, and this is something that should be expected. I don't know what would actually be going there, because it's not going to be a dentist's office from the dentist that they gave the name of, or they alluded to from a few months ago.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Okay, Andrew Rips, please. And then Dagmar to follow.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Rips, 10322 El Paraiso Place. I am the president of Tierra del Rey Property Owner Association, one of those yellow highlighted areas directly behind. Interestingly enough, our Property Owner Association is 40-plus years old. We are residential, we are ag, we are equestrian. What's interesting is that big yellow circle where they say there's 1,000 acres, those 78 homes represent about 350 of the acres. In terms of reading this document, I was struck by how often departure, exemption was laden through the actual report. Frankly, we appreciate the staff's recommendation, and we are in denial of this. This is Groundhog's Day for our community. Literally, we were here 3 years ago when the owner tried to propose a 90,000 square foot logistics center. So what I learned is compatibility and density really matter. I can assure you our community is not looking for tractor retail stores, number one. In terms of dentists, you also saw a commercial document. There's 5 dentists available at Lyons and Atlantic Avenue. So clean mouths and oral hygiene, it's about a driver, a 3-wood, and a wedge away. In conclusion, I think history helps. South of the Rio Grande, that's the residential corridor. Frankly, the intensity, the density, I just think the congestion substantiates the need. And so literally, it's almost May. They're talking about an amendment coming back to the BCC. The prior commission rejected it 12-0. The BCC, the owner, took it off for a vote, and we appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Dagmar?
Good afternoon, Dagmar Bross. Really quick, 2 big rules in the Ag Reserve. We have a commercial cap, 1,015,000 square feet. Please don't mess with that number. If you mess with it, there's going to be somebody coming in 5 minutes. There's going to be 100 people coming in 5 minutes. The other thing is location criteria. Boynton and Lyons and Atlantic and Lyons, location criteria. Please don't mess with those 2 things. Leave them alone. Deny this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further comment cards, Commissioner?
No, that's it.
All right, we'll go to questions from our commissioners. I'll start with Commissioner Voss.
I actually have several questions. So, from my understanding, first of all, a Tractor Supply store, why wouldn't that be considered ag sales and service? Because it is in Miami-Dade. So to ensure that there's consistency, why are we different from that?
So they're requesting ULDC amendments to tailor the ag sales and service to revise it to maybe similar-ish to what Miami-Dade County has. So it's not considered ag sales and service right now, right? So they need the ULDC amendment in order to make that happen.
Okay.
Part of that tailoring is including the retail designation within the definition.
Right. Like I believe they were allowing up to in their draft 25% of the goods to be general retail.
Correct.
I just wasn't sure why we weren't already classified that way. Thank you for clarifying. I know that they had, these plans were individually separately brought, and then you would join them together. They seem different. I mean, one is for a Tractor Supply store, one is for a medical office. Essentially, why did you bind them together?
Yeah, so it's the same property owner, and when we heard one come in and we heard interest in the other, and so obviously, with good planning, you would want to have a similar driveway. State Road 7 in particular, because of FDOT requirements, can be challenging to get access, new access points. So it seemed like a good opportunity for things to be planned a little bit more cohesively. And then we do have piecemeal residual parcel policies in the comp plan. So if if only one portion of the property is developed, we're concerned about how the other portion of the property could also be developed.
And I think you had made some recommendations, and they complied with the recommendations. So why did you ultimately deny it or make the recommendations in the first place if it wasn't something that was going to be approved?
So we always make recommendations in terms of applying for, how they move through the process, right? So that was where that discussion came in.
So just because you make recommendations doesn't mean you'll necessarily approve it as well?
Exactly, yeah. Just trying to start off the project with the understanding of the components that they need, the requests that they need. So that's kind of where we started from.
And to add to Stephanie's explanation, the request is deviating from our existing policy, and staff works with the applicant to envision what a path forward could look like, but by doing that, we're not necessarily recommending approval of that proposal from the applicant. We're just trying to, demonstrate and see if it were to happen, what path would exist or could possibly exist.
Okay. All right. Those are my questions at this time. Thank you for staff.
Thank you. Commissioner Dunn, any questions?
No questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Matos, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Clemente.
On the Tractor Supply store, up to 31,450 square feet, that's under a roof? With that structure?
Correct, yeah, that would be the building square footage.
And then typically these types of stores have exterior areas for, and Josh, you had also in your photos, like gates, other things. What's anticipated? This is more out of my, just trying to visualize this.
So actually, the Tractor Supply under roof is about 22,000. That was just the maximum that the comp plan would allow.
I see.
And then we have about 15,000 of outdoor.
Yeah. Right. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, could I get a couple minutes as a reply to the public comment?
Sure. Once we get done with the questions, absolutely. Commissioner Stumberg?
I'm good. Oh, Steinberg.
You're Steinberg now?
I'm sorry.
So it's been a long morning.
No, it's a long afternoon.
It has. No, thank you.
Okay, great. Commissioner DeHaven.
It's not the record yet.
No, thank you.
You said you had no question. I have a question because they were talking about a little bit that had come up on there, going back to what Commissioner Clemente was talking about with the dentist. But it's just going to be medical, right? Like it has to be specific to a specific person. It's just
Correct. It's medical office is what the code would stipulate.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, and then when it comes to the Tractor Supply, is there a plan for outside? Like what is?
Absolutely. So there's like I said, a 15,000 plus or minus square foot outdoor kind of a holding area that has, because some of the stuff won't fit inside, nor should it be inside. So, rolled up fence, the troughs, some of those farm implements and things, those would be outside, and they're in a fenced-in area. And actually, you can drive your vehicle right through. They load it up into your truck, and then you drive out the other side. So it's
okay. And then I have thank you. I have a question for staff. So looking at the map here, we have a few opposed. We received an email, actually from, I guess it was the client asking that we support it. So did we receive any other, because there's a lot of homes over there. I would think that if this was, did we receive any other emails or correspondence against this? Because typically when they're really against it, we would get more than this.
Yes, so since this is a text initiation, we don't send out notices like we do for a FLUA because this is a pre-process to that. But I think it was probably 3 or 4 weeks ago, I sent out an email to the interested parties list that we have for the agricultural reserve, so people were notified in that aspect. But if the board does initiate, we would do the public notice process as we typically do. But this is a little not unusual. This is unique because it's text initiation.
Okay, and then there was a comment that I wanted to direct from one of the comment cards about that the board did not approve this. Wasn't that something completely different?
Yeah, that was a previous request for the commerce designation that had both text and a future land use request. And the board, actually, no, I think the applicant withdrew it before. Yeah.
I'm right here.
Oh, hi, George.
Wasn't that a different plan?
It was, yes.
It was different than what's in front of
It was for a cold
us.
storage facility to be put on both parcels. And I'm glad somebody told me that my contract is no longer with the dentist. I didn't know that at this point, but that always happens. It can happen. But we are looking at medical office on that because as I met with the representative from Tierra del Rey previously on that application, there was 2 uses that they said that we should consider instead of the cold storage facility. And that was medical office or light retail. And so we continued on with that process. We were contacted by the dentist. He was very interested in moving from where he is down the road to a little bit larger facility and doing an medical office related facility there, which in my opinion, this property is so small, I don't think you're going to see anything agriculturally farmed on that property unless somebody in the neighborhood expands their farm that they have there. So it's a very difficult remnant piece. We have industrial to the north of this parcel, even though there is non-industrial use right now. It is zoned industrial, and then you have the commerce location north of that. If you look at the map, we have industrial ag that's right adjacent to the property.
Okay.
Putting the 2 parcels together will also allow single access driveway, limit the amount of access in and out of there, and we would probably be able to handle emergency access also on the same road, the thoroughfare road. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to clarify that the BCC did not deny this particular thing we're looking at, because that was kind of mentioned, and I wanted to make sure that the commissioners knew that that was from a previous, okay. I don't think I have any further questions, but I would like to go ahead and give the applicant, since he requested, let's give him 2 minutes to rebut what was said over there. Thank you.
I'll save you the time. I know it's late in the afternoon. I think George was able to kind of respond to some of those items, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so any comments, or I'll entertain a motion? Go ahead.
I have a comment.
Commissioner Stubbeck?
Yeah, just a couple of comments, or maybe for my own clarification. If I recall back when this parcel came up before, and it was the cold storage facility, one of the big issues was ingress, egress, traffic, big, semi-trucks, pulling in and out and what have you. And if I remember correctly, part of the issue is there's no cut-through, anything coming out of this parcel is going to have to go southbound on State Road 7 and then make a U-turn to come back up and so on and so forth. Am I correct with that?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. And also, I did want to point out that there was discussion, no access to Lorena Road, and we're going to honor that. So there would be no connection to Lorena.
I remember that too. And this was, a little bit earlier on in my tenure on the board, and if I recall correctly, some of the comments I made earlier with the prior project about, what we do and don't do, it was my understanding that south of Rio Grande was pretty much a red line. I mean, that was about a hard and fast, from the BCC. Well, I'm sympathetic to the project to me, it would seem like, the feed store would make sense, for the local community. But by the same token, if it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit. And if it just doesn't work below Rio Grande Road, it presents a problem, because then we're really contradicting what we did several years ago with the unanimous vote. But that was my only comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Steinberg, any comments?
Only to say that I think the creation of the Ag Reserve and the cap on commercial and the location of these types of projects around Atlantic and Lyons and Boynton and Lyons is my reason for going along with staff's recommendation. And I'd like to stick to those things. I think, again, there's a lot of wisdom behind that.
Thank you. Commissioner DeHady?
No comment, just that I will move forward with staff's recommendation.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Clemente?
I just want to say I really appreciate hearing. I think when we have this conversation amongst ourselves, it really helps me understand, especially you more seasoned, more tenured members of this commission. So when I read this application, I was originally felt like it was an appropriate request, but after hearing staff's testimony and thinking about this, and again, not really understanding all of the various factors of the Ag Reserve and the history of how we got to where we are today, this made sense. It even, and I'll say this to two gentlemen I know well, it almost seems punitive to deny it because of the nature of those two sites. As George said, those are two tiny little sites. I don't know what could be done there otherwise. But in the context of this bigger effort to do what we're doing here, I have to agree with my colleagues that this is, if we start to undo this, we continue to erode the intent of this district. And as hard as it is to disregard the concerns and the plans of individual property owners, this is a tough decision to make, but I agree with my colleagues.
Commissioner Matos?
No comments at this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Dunn?
I agree with Commissioner Samenti. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ladas?
So I'm going to be the lone wolf here and probably vote differently than my fellow commissioners and vote not consistent with staff. I do like the fact that it's fenced in. This is the last project in this part. I understand why we're not, we came up with a certain line and we weren't going to cross that previously. I do think it's a Tractor Supply store, and I still think it's consistent with the area. So I think I will be the only one that will vote in favor of this particular project. But after this, I completely agree with my colleagues.
Thank you. And the only real quick comment here, if the Rio Grande, if that's the line in the sand, I guess they're talking about. Looking at my map, it's not that far. The other thing is, agreeing with George, what are we going to do there? It's, in my opinion, what else can we do there? The other thing that really sticks with me, that bothers me, is there's a lot of homes there. There's a lot of homes out there, and if we didn't get more people out here like we have in the past, where we've had this room full of opposing, they don't want it out there. I understand we have people that are opposing it, but for me personally, I'm having a hard time agreeing with staff on this one, and I'm probably going to be with Commissioner Ladas. But I think, because what else can we put there? And I think there could be a use for that out there. Do I think it's a little big? Probably, but I did go speak on behalf of Harborside at one time too. So, with that, I'll call it to vote or entertain a motion. Actually,
I'll make the motion. Move to approve item 4A, Lorena Plaza MUPD, as submitted.
Okay.
Well, that
hold on.
what's
going on here?
As submitted.
No. Are you going to make a motion to initiate or not initiate?
Right.
No, the motion would be to not initiate. That
right.
as approved,
So
as submitted.
So,
It was submitted as, not to initiate. Not to initiate.
Okay. So it's a motion not to initiate. Okay, very good.
And I second.
Let's see what happens. All right. Any further discussion? If not, Precious, can you do a roll call vote, please?
Roll call to not initiate. John Carr,
No.
Verissa Ladas,
No.
Ralph Clemente,
Yes.
Richard Dunn,
I have to ask a question. If I vote yes, am I voting with staff?
You are voting for staff's recommendation not to
Not to
initiate
initiate.
if you vote yes.
I vote yes.
Rosie Matos,
Yes.
Brian Stenberg,
Yes.
Rick Stopik,
Yes.
Serge D. Haady.
Yes.
Motion passes not to initiate.
Okay. Thank you. All right, I don't see anything else on the agenda as far as that goes, and updates and comments, so we'll get through this here. I do want to thank Rick for stepping in as, I guess, interim vice chair, helping me with all those comment cards to get through that. And so for commissioner members, I'd like to give the opportunity for Commissioner Dunn to introduce himself. Hey, welcome, first day, and it was
A long one.
a long one. It's like this every time. Usually we stay here till about 4.
You're right.
I suppose,
You get overtime after 2.
So if you want to introduce
do
yourself,
I need to say something?
you don't need to, but if you like to, you can.
First of all, I'll just say thank you to the Plan Commission, each one of you, for spending all the time you spend on this. Appreciate that. Also, staff, I think you did a wonderful job. Of course, this is my first 6 items to review, but terrific. You covered a lot of ground and did a wonderful job. To the citizens who came out, thanks to all of them as well. I'm an old-time city planner from Illinois, which I know don't boo. But anyway, I worked 44 years and made money as a planner for 44 years. And the first 34 years was public work, similar to what you folks are doing right over there. And the last 10 or 12 or so were switching sides, working for the people who came up to petition and address issues like that. I'm going to enjoy this immensely, and thank you all.
Great, thank you. Any other commissioner members have any comments, feedback?
I just want to compliment my new colleague on surviving so many years in the profession of planning, and you still look great.
Yeah.
Still upright.
Commissioner Matos, anything?
No.
Commissioner Valdas?
I just wanted to welcome Commissioner Dunn, and I wish people would stop trying to build in the Ag Reserve. It puts us in the toughest position. Okay.
Great. Commissioner Stopik?
No, I think we covered a lot of ground today, but just welcome to the new folks, and wish everyone in the room, whoever has left, a very happy Easter, very happy Passover, whatever you celebrate, and enjoy the season.
Commissioner DeHady?
Yes, I just wanted to say that I learned a lot about the Ag Reserve. I've been hearing comments about it in the past and how people were passionate about it, and today I actually got the full, some of the experience of the passion of the citizens of the Ag Reserve, and I do agree with, preserving our natural lands here in Florida, and especially our waterlands, and that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Stenberg?
I want to thank planning staff for your excellent work and the fact that you're very detail oriented and that you know your stuff, and I very much appreciate it. I also want to give a shout out to our friends out in the audience who used to sit on this dais, who offered very helpful commentary, and I'm sure we all appreciate hearing from you. It's nice to see you again.
Great, thank you. I did want to thank staff because the last few months, all the links are working
Okay.
on the website. Everything has been great, so thank you so much. That was fixed. And how about we thank Precious for all the great treats to keep us awake up here? Thank you. So, thank you so much. That's right. All right. Seeing nothing else there, Planning Executive Director?
Hi, I just wanted to welcome Commissioner Dunn. We really look forward to working with you and your expertise. It's really exciting, too. And welcome to Florida. It sounds like you're coming down to the warm, so that's great. And also, the Ag Reserve, as you know, huge complication, and it is tough for all of you to have to consider these applications. So the board recognized that, and we are actually doing a workshop type of inventory check-in with the board May 13th. So we will be reviewing kind of the inventory of the existing conditions of the Ag Reserve, going through some of these emerging trends, and going through the list of things that the board has approved over the last 20 years. So we'll be doing that actually in conjunction with some of these applications that you heard today. So, so just so you know, that is going to be heard by the board at May 13th.
I wish there was a way to put affordable housing somewhere else, because we need affordable housing. It's an impossible situation. It is a lose-lose situation when it's being proposed in the Ag Reserve. Thank you.
Thank you.
And not to keep us here any longer, Chairman Carr, but on that note, on this upcoming workshop, can there be or will there be the inclusion of information that would help the BC, this is with the BCC?
Yes.
Consider ways that they can take pressure off the Ag Reserve, put the density and the affordability and the transportation services that it needs to be able to service the whole county in locations that will allow the folks who need to live in workforce housing to be close enough and still get to these places and take the pressure off this cheap farmland, because that's the real deal here.
Well, I think that is going to be part of the discussion. The first step in this is the inventory that we're coming back to them with. I think they understand the enormous pressure that the area is facing. So this may lead to another study of some sort that will be more comprehensive. It just depends on what they decide to do. So.
Great, thank you. And our Mr. Attorney, we kept you busy today.
Yeah, no further comment.
Planning Director?
Yes, I wanted just really to welcome Commissioner Dunn, and I'm just so happy for all of you guys to have this talk, but also noticing that, issues come up with traffic. So I want to remind the board also, staff is working closely with the municipalities to look at a county-wide transportation master plan. You'll be seeing that in the next couple years. It's being discussed now, the consultants being selected, and we have to work together with all the other municipalities and all the transportation expert. So that is going to eventually be discussed as well, because we are connected. Even though everybody has their municipal, home rule, we have to connect through the transportation, and that's some of the things that you're hearing. There'll be different alternatives. There'll be more of a multimodal aspect of it versus just road work, or even just mobility and transit. So all that has to happen to make this work, because we can't just do things status quo anymore. So for those that are out in the public as well, please stay tuned. We have a landing page. You can type in county-wide master plan. It's just a start right now, but it'll have all the updates as the consultant gets hired and as we go out for public input from stakeholders.
So, and keep in mind, what is it, are we up to 38 municipalities now?
39.
39 municipalities in Palm Beach County, so good luck with that.
Well,
Did you have another comment, Commissioner Dunn?
Well, there is I thought, unified transportation planning office in downtown West Palm Beach. So I'm sure you're working with them.
We will be working with them as well as any planes, trains, automotive,
Yeah, that's
any
right.
other modes
Yeah.
of, yes, we need their input as well.
All right. And next month, we're off?
We will have a meeting, but I promise it will not be this long.
Hey,
And
that's
if it
right,
is,
that's right.
you can be mad at me, so.
All right, and it's great to see our former commissioners back there. Thanks for coming. And if I don't see anything else, a motion to adjourn? All right, thank you, everyone.
Welcome to Inside PBC, where we highlight what's going on inside Palm Beach County. Veterans in Palm Beach County, the Community Service Department wants to hear from you. The purpose is to learn more about critical needs for veterans and providing the best services possible right here in Palm Beach County. The survey is available until Memorial Day.